Audit Committee for April 16, 2025 will now come to order at
3:47 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Other committee members are Trustees Renee Patterson, Monica Flores-Reichart, and alternate Trustee Lalu Davies. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens who signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Our topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, approve internal audit department and audit committee charters? Is there a motion?
Oh, second.
You have to make the motion.
So move.
And I will second it. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Chancellor Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is recommended for your approval of the Internal Audit Department and Audit Committee charters with revisions to conform with the new global internal audit standards. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Terrence Corrigan, Internal Auditor, to provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. Corrigan.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, trustees. So, in February, we brought forward the information on the Audit Committee Charter and the Audit Department Charters. And we do that every year and get it approved by the Audit Committee and the Board, which is required by internal audit standards. That's always been approved or required by internal audit standards. But in this particular year, we are going to the new global internal audit standards, which went into effect in January of 2025. And so in the past, there were very few, if any, revisions to the charters. This time, when you look at the information, there was quite a bit of revision. Additions were in green and the deletions or removing were in red in the tracked version of the charter. So anyway, there's more changes than normal in order to conform with the new global internal audit standards. And by the standards, it is required that the board approve the charters. So we're bringing them forward again now after you've had time to review it and ask you to approve both the Internal Audit Department Charter and the Internal Audit Committee Charter. So if you have any questions about the information that was provided, I'd be glad to answer your questions.
Mr. Corrigan, I'd like for you to explain why these changes had to be written, because we had a detailed discussion about the way that we do things here, and that we were very thorough and very succinct in our approach. And can you explain to the committee why these things now had to be put in writing in this manner?
Well, I guess the simplest answer to that is that the new internal audit standards that have been put forward by the Institute of Internal Auditors are now requiring things to be presented to the audit committee now as mandatory, as opposed to in the past they were just recommendations or suggestions. So all those things that are now mandatory are now stipulated in the charter as we're going to do that, not just a suggestion or recommendation.
And were we adhering to the higher standard as opposed to taking a general approach? Because we had that discussion too, how the internal audit organization here would take a different level instead of the, I don't want to say lower standard.
So in general, we were doing most of these things, but we weren't going the extra step of actually presenting it necessarily. So I think the audit committee members were aware of what the internal audit director is supposed to do and what the internal audit director's compensation was, but we didn't specifically show it in any meeting or anything like that. We have a strategic plan for internal audit. Now it's asking that internal audit actually present that to the audit committee and the board. And so now we will actually present a strategic plan to the board when we think we have it ready for you, because I am going to do some revisions to it before I present it. So it's some of these things like that now they want us to specifically show evidence that we showed it to the audit committee and the board.
Committee members, are there any questions? So we have no questions. I'd like to thank you for this because the detail in green, we understood and I understood as audit chair that these are the things that you actually do without necessarily showing, quote, showing the work, which is now mandated that you show the work. But your standards have always been at this level. And so presenting those standards now as a formal part of the board, of the committee meeting minutes and the board minutes is deemed crucial because now it is a mandated requirement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's as simply said.
Okay. Are there any other questions from any of the other board members at the table?
Not a question, Madam Chair, but just again to thank you. You did explain to us that this is what was required now, and so we know that we're doing what we have to do, but we also want to thank you because you were already going over and beyond, so thank you for that. So
You're
that's
welcome.
all I have, committee.
The commitment from the internal audit department is much appreciated because you have maintained a consistent high standard for internal auditing, and this board really appreciates your efforts. Thank you so much. Having said that, are we ready for the vote? So you may now vote, committee members.
The motion passed with a vote of 2-0.
Thank you. This meeting of the Audit Committee is now adjourned at
3:55 p.m.
Good afternoon. The regular meeting will now come to order on April 16, 2025 at
4:03 PM.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, please join Trustee Sean Shaban for the prayer followed by the pledges. Shaban for the prayer followed by the pledges. Trustee Shaban?
All right, if you could bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, divine Creator, pour forth your wisdom upon us. Grant us a penetrating mind to understand, a retentive memory, method and ease in learning, the lucidity to comprehend, and abundant grace in expressing ourselves. Guide our work and help bring it to successful completion. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. And if you could join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Thank you. We're now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Board Governance Committee, Committee of the Whole, External Relations Committee, Marketing Committee, and special meetings of February the 5th, 2025, the regular on February the 19th, 2025, and special meeting, the Board Retreat on March 7, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for February and March?
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? There are none. Then we are now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for February and March of 2025. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote. Okay. Think,
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognition. Todd?
Good afternoon. At this time, we invite members of the Lennar Foundation to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for a check presentation. Also joining for the presentation, Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor for Instructional Services, and Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Desmond Lewis, Associate Vice Chancellor for College Readiness, Nakia Edwards, Executive Director of Adult Education and Literacy, Karen Schmidt, President of the HCC Foundation, and Christina Perez, Director Development for HCC Foundation. The Lennar Foundation provided a gift of $261,347 for construction skills career program opportunities through HCC Adult Education. for their support. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the next recognition. We ask the following individuals to come forward and join the Trustees and Chancellor in front of the dais for the recognition. Laura Jakubowski, Faculty Chemistry. Teronica Blackman, Faculty of Biology. Annette Loft, Staff Enrollment Management Officer. And Priscilla Renew, Staff Administrative Assistant. These are the 2025 NISOD Excellence Award recipients. The NISOD Awards provides member colleges with the opportunity to honor remarkable contributions of faculty, staff, and administrators who shape the future of community and technical college students. Recognizing these individuals not only validates their hard work, but also strengthens a culture of excellence that benefits the entire institution and the students they serve. The award affirms the vital role that dedicated educators play in enhancing student success and advancing the mission of higher education. Thank you all, and congratulations on your recognition. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for one more recognition. Today, we pause to recognize Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary as the immediate past chair. We pause to honor Dr. Linton-Gary for her dedicated leadership as board chair for 2022, 2023, and 2024. Dr. Linton-Gary is the first to serve as board chair for 3 consecutive terms. Under Dr. Linton-Gary's leadership, we witnessed some amazing accomplishments that would not have been possible without the board's support, resources, and guidance as a governing board. Trustees and Chancellor, you now may return to the dais. We'll now take a moment to highlight a few of our accomplishments under Dr. Linton-Gary's leadership. In 2022, the board approved approval of digital access learning centers, HCC's culinary arts building ribbon cutting at Central Campus, honoring Chef Hugo Ortega. HCC was named a finalist for the Lumina Foundation $1 Million Community College Challenge. As a finalist, HCC is assured of receiving $100,000 to brand and market a significant college program. HCC has earned one of the Houston region's 2022 Best Place for Working Parents designation. HCC received the 2022 Rodeo Award, recognition of educational outcomes during the Texas Pathways Institute. Board staff national recognition. Sharon Wright was a recipient of the Western Region ACCT Board Professional Staff Member Award. Forbes Advisor listed HCC as one of its top 10 trade schools in the nation. In 2023, HCC is recognized as one of the top online schools 2022 and 2023. Presided over the interim and permanent chancellor search, Retha Bell, Board Services staff member, was elected as Secretary of the Association of Community College Trustees Professional Board Staff Network. Forbes ranked HCC number 4 top employer in Texas. Presided over the redistricting process, HCC was designated as the National Center of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense. On to 2024. SACS approved HCC's baccalaureate degree in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics and Health Management. HCC Coleman College Midtown ribbon cutting at 3100 Main. Served as a panelist at the 2024 ACCT National Leadership Congress. Appointed member of the 2025 ACCT Finance and Audit Committee. HCC established HCC Alumni Association. HCC named Leader College by Achieving the Dream. HCC was recognized by AACC for National Digital Equity Institute participation. Dr. Zachary Hodges was named finalist for the AACC CEO Award. Achieving the Dream names HCC a Network Legend Award recipient. HCC hosted the Consular Corps of Houston and funding futures for the Gulf Coast region. Finally, Dr. Linton Gary presided over 6 HCC commencements. Dr. Linton Gary, your thoughtful guidance has strengthened HCC in numerous measures. You provided leadership with vision and compassion to navigate challenges, seize opportunities, and most importantly, focus on student success. You've been a pillar of strength and direction through times of growth and transition. Your leadership has assisted in shaping a path to being better and greater by inspiring us to collaborate, elevate, and celebrate. Thank you for your outstanding leadership and unwavering commitment to education, HCC, our students, and the communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have to jump in, Todd, and say this. All that you read, I need to take it home and show it to my husband because he thinks I just be around here just wasting time and we don't do anything but just meet. But he has to know we do more than just meet. But I also want to say thank you to the board members because, you know, without a good leader, without good followers, you can't be a good leader. And we have been a team. It has not just been about the board chair for the past 3 years. It has been about the board as a team and what we have come together to do for Houston Community College. And for that, I say thank you to the board, those who are present and those who are not present. I say thank you, and I say thank you to all of you because it has been a collaborative effort. It's just not one individual or one team. It's the whole entire group of us who have made it all happen. And to that, I say thanks to all of you from the bottom of my heart because I serve from here. So again, thank you.
At this time, we'll welcome to the podium Karen Schmidt for comments.
Thank you. And a point of personal privilege on behalf of the HCC Foundation, we also salute you, Trustee Linton Gary, and we are so grateful for your leadership, and we are so glad that you are now on the Foundation Board as the liaison from the Board of Trustees. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Karen.
So thank you, Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. I am pleased to have the opportunity as HCC Foundation President to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Lennar Foundation for their support for HCC students. As Todd said, Lennar provided a gift of $261,347 for construction skills career program opportunities through HCC Adult Education. Because of their generosity, students from underserved areas, including students in our jail system, can access specific construction trade certificate programs. The partnership will include graduation ceremonies, job fairs, and wraparound services from tutoring and supplies to bus passes and advising. In total, it will support 150 students over the next 12 months. An incredible investment in Houston's future. We are truly grateful for our partnership with the Lennar Foundation and their inclusion of all the details to ensure HCC students are workforce ready. Now, I would like to invite Vice President for the Central Region, Kay Howard, from the Lennar Foundation to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. The Lennar Foundation is pleased and honored to make this exceptional donation to Houston Community College and the Adult Education Program. We began our partnership discussions during an initial meeting with Houston Community College's Nakia Edwards, Executive Director of Adult Education and Literacy, and Christina Perez with the Houston Community College Foundation back in September of 2024. They both jumped in quickly to put together a stellar proposal that met our goals of giving along with their goals of reaching students. This donation is an initial gift, and we hope to continue the partnership with Houston Community College for years to come. Lennar so appreciates the professionalism of Nakia Edwards and Christina Perez and the entire Houston Community College team. And working together with the Building Talent Foundation, we are excited to provide education and a potential career opportunities to so many deserving individuals moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, and thank you to the Lennar Foundation. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards presentations and recognitions.
Thank you. Again, we want to say thank you to Dr. Linton Gary for your leadership over the past 3 years, which has left a lasting legacy at HCC. Serving 3 years as chair is no small feat. On behalf of all the board and Chancellor, thank you for the years of leadership, your collaborative spirit, and your constant focus on what truly matters for our students and our community. So again, thank you. At this time, we open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to limit their respective comments to no more than 2 minutes. Thank you. Anyone want to be first? Okay, Trustee Wilson.
I'd like to thank Lennar Homes for that gift. I don't really have a report, but I appreciate the faith you have in this institution and for the trades, and look forward to working with you all in the future. The only other question I'd like to ask is, what can you do about interest rates?
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes?
Just want to issue a couple of words of congratulations. First, want to congratulate Dr. Webster and the team in the AI department on another really fantastic AI conference, biggest yet. And this is such a crucial part of building on the already really amazing reputation that HCC has, not only in AI, but in cutting-edge disciplines across the board. Which leads me to my next recognition. Y'all may have seen or heard that we had SpaceX come to visit to talk with some of our welding students a few weeks ago, talk about the cutting edge of what's possible. Wanted to thank Dr. Urbina in particular for making it happen, for engaging welder to welder with the folks at SpaceX, for training up our HCC welding students on stainless steel welding procedures, which is not something that we typically teach on, and for really making the SpaceX recruiting team feel comfortable. We had 27 students go into the testing room. We had 27 that came out and passed SpaceX's high standards. So just another testament to how well we prepare students for the workforce, whether it's traditional fields or the bleeding edge of what's possible on this planet. One thing that really jumped out at me during the pitch from SpaceX is if our students are hired on, their welds could be going to Mars by the end of next year. And I mean, that sends chills down my spine just thinking about it right now. Also want to thank Dr. Webster and Dr. Villagran Glover for being just central parts in making sure that happens. So thank you all so much for both of those items.
Well, I was hoping I could piggyback on my board chair because we were both at the American Association of Community Colleges this weekend, and it was a spectacular event in Nashville, Tennessee. We saw a lot of community colleges doing very innovative things, and certainly I hope that Houston Community College will be presenters on next year, because I believe that what we have is, I hate to say superior, but it's superior. And I'd like to see presentations of all of the wonderful things that we do here. I'd like to send my congratulations to Code Fest, which is Congressman Al Green's highly successful sessions on coding training. Student instructors actually train students at the beginning, intermediate, and advanced levels in AI coding, and the youngest instructor, correct me if I'm wrong, was 12. It's a 12-year-old. And he taught the advanced course. Am I correct? Yes, he did. He's an amazing young man. He was also one of the 8 finalists from the Congressional App Challenge that Congressman Green hosted. So thank you, Presidents Michael Webster and Butch Harrod, for making that happen. Thank you to our HCC business leader, Dr. Maya Denova, and her team member, Dr. Ravi Rambat, for their tireless efforts in elevating HCC as a forward-thinking entity for AI, robotics, and coding in business. And Dr. Michael Webster, I'd like to say particularly thank you for your outstanding AI conference at West Loop campus. It was a 3-day event, correct? This 3-day event was extraordinary, with AI thought leaders from across the nation who are actually internationally renowned, and educators, including my alma mater, who now has a 4-year AI degree. I know. I was really, really pleased to see that. I want to say congratulations to Walter Bumpers, who is retiring as the Chief Executive Officer of the American Association of Community Colleges. I think after nearly 20 years, is that right? After nearly 20 years of leading that national organization. Happy retirement to Walter Bumpers. And you all may remember him because his daughter, Dr. Monique Humphrey, was our Northeast president for a short period of time. So I want to say thank you for his commitment to AACC, and we look forward to meeting the new Chief Executive Officer in July.
Thank you. Trustee Patterson?
So we've been extremely busy over in District 2, so I'm going to try to wrap this up in about 2 minutes. I attended the Legacy of Leadership event honoring our former HCC board trustee, Maxine Lane Sills. This event celebrated individuals who are considered legacies in their communities. And of course, Ms. Sills has always been a strong supporter of her community, and this event was a true testament to her dedication. I also participated in the HCC First Responders Career Fair. The Career Services Department did an excellent job ensuring the presence of the right agencies were there to provide career opportunities for students and graduates in public safety. I attended the HCC Fire Protection graduation, where over 21 graduates were recognized and celebrated for completing the program. It was a proud moment for these students and their families. I joined the Acres Home Chamber quarterly luncheon, a community networking where community networking event where businesses, schools, and residents come together to connect, receive updates, and address concerns. It was also a pleasure to see President Dr. Betty Fortune, her staff, and Ms. Wanda Jacobs in attendance. I supported the Acres of Angels event hosted by Ms. Edna Griggs, which raises awareness and provides resources for diabetes-related issues affecting minorities in Houston. Councilmember Letitia Plummer had an event, Fifth Ward Exposed. This event served as a premier presentation focused on cancer awareness in the Fifth Ward area. I would also like to send my heartfelt condolences to the Turner family once again. I pay my respects by attending the funeral of our late Congressman Sylvester Turner. The service was a beautiful reflection of his life, legacy, and unwavering dedication to the city of Houston. I joined the community for 4-4 Day, a celebration of the past, present, and future of Acres Homes. I attended the 11th annual Family Funding in the Park. Again, a cherished event that brings Acres Homes community together, hosted by Ashley Turner. And lastly, I was present at the Lyons Avenue Renaissance Festival in Fifth Ward. My grandfather was originally from Fifth Ward, so attending this event was meaningful. I was surrounded by neighbors and friends from across the Northeast Houston, and it was also great to see HCC represented by Mr. Dwight Allen, who did an exceptional job standing in for the college. A special thank you to Kathy Payton and her entire committee for organizing such a phenomenal event.
Thank you. You were very busy.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone on this end? Trustee Davis?
Sure, the west side is the best side, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, colleagues. Just wanted to flag a few things. In February, we had an opportunity to attend the Board of Trustees Institute, where we got together with other members of TACC. We were in Austin, Texas. I did see Dr. Burge there. How are you? We were table mates and figuring out all of the solutions for HCC for the next 5 years, which we haven't shared with the rest of you yet, but we'll get to it. Also had an opportunity to attend the Association of Governing Boards in March. Another tremendous organization really helping trustees in that focus on governance and leadership and steering the institution. Finally, we attended the Tiger Ball with Texas Southern University, who obviously is a meritable partner with us here at this institution. And then next weekend, I'm looking forward to the HCC Foundation Gala that we all hopefully will be participating in. As a side note, I know we talked quite a bit about these national organizations. Chancellor, I'll forward you an email. I think part of our efforts, as Trustee Vanderbilt Stalwart reference about HCC really lead in, is us also make sure that we're recognized nationally as such. ACCT has a deadline for award nominations come June 23rd, so I'll forward you that email, and hopefully we can bring home some hardware come October at the Leadership Congress. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Gosh, one more thing. Coleman College hosted the Teen and Youth Summit. Is he here? Dr. Desmond, come on, right? Kudos to Dr. Desmond. We had over 600 young people there. Truly an incredible opportunity, giving them a tour of the magnificent facility. And really, I thought it was inspiring a lot of those students to see what the possibilities were. I don't see Dr. Harrison, but she didn't see me there, Dr. Harrison, but I was in the pictures. I promise. I was there. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I also attended meetings and events in the community and went from northeast, southwest, and I still say I need that helicopter because it's hard getting around Houston, and as y'all know. And so, but always glad to be there representing Houston Community College and seeing our students so excited on all that they're learning. So again, thank you to all the trustees for just being out there and thanking all of y'all. So thank you. And now we have special meeting, board workshop is scheduled for Thursday, April 24th at 1 p.m. The following meetings are also scheduled for May of 2025. May 7th is committee meetings, time to be decided. May 7th is also committee of the whole meeting at 4 p.m. May 21st is a regular meeting at 4 p.m. And also on April the 25th, the trustees are going to take a tour of all the colleges that are at HCC. So you'll see our bus traveling to your location. So wave at us. The meetings will be held at HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. Trustees, please make certain to complete the required board annual training via self-study. Submit the signed certification form to board services prior to the designated deadline of April 30th, 2025. Any questions? Ask Melissa Mahalik. And board counsel, if you have questions regarding the training material. This concludes my report. We'll now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the Chancellor's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm absolutely honored and delighted to provide the Chancellor's report. I would like to say congratulations also to the previous chair of the board, Madam Trustee Dr. Linton Gary. On behalf of the faculty, staff, and students of our institution, we really do appreciate you for your steady, visionary leadership and the opportunity, with the support of the board, to lead our institution into steady enrollment growth over the last several semesters. So we thank you so very, very much for that. And as the trustee indicated, perhaps a helicopter is something that would be desired because I saw you in many locations where we were having meetings, and the same thing is true of Trustee Laredo. So we thank you so very, very much for your presence at all of the events that are sponsored by the college. In addition to that, I would also like to thank Lanier Homes for the support of our construction trades and for all of the opportunities that will make available for our students throughout our communities. We know that in some of our communities, over 60% of our residents lack a high school diploma or a GED. And many of them are now juggling whether or not they pay for school, these are working adults in many instances, or whether or not they put food on the table for their families. So I can assure you that this is very, very much welcomed, and we thank you so very, very much for your very generous gift. Thank you. So as we take a look at the Chancellor's report, I would like to say that April is Community College Month. And the primary goal of the Association of Community College Trustees is to increase awareness and understanding of the value of community colleges, both locally and nationally, through grassroots, localized outreach. And that is what we are attempting to do throughout our 9 trustee districts. On yesterday, I attended the Greater Houston Partnership's quarterly board meeting, and Houston has generated more than 160,000 new jobs, a clear sign of our city's strong economic growth. However, many employers continue to face significant challenges in finding employees with the necessary skills to fill these positions. And this is where the support comes in, as has been provided by Lanier Homes. And once again, we thank you so much for that. This is why the work we do by community colleges is now more important than ever before. I am pleased to report that our overall spring enrollment is up once again, 7.3%. We expect our end of term numbers to be very close to this same percentage. HCC is now focusing on summer enrollment. Credit enrollment is currently up by 20%, and CEU enrollment in quarter 3 is up by 30%. Total summer enrollment is up by 21%. So since we last met, there have been a number of activities that have been going on within Houston Community College. HCC has been actively engaging with our community, both within our organization and externally. And so for the sake of time, I will highlight a few of those activities. In early March, I had the opportunity to speak at the Greater Heights Chamber at the Heights Chamber location, and then at the North Channel Chamber hosted at the Northeast College. Very successful and engaging meetings. On March the 19th, Dr. Michael Webster hosted a faith-based community partnership breakfast at Braes Oaks, and the turnout was incredible. Events like these are essential for spreading awareness about the valuable services we provide as an institution. On March the 28th, HCC held its annual Student Success Summit, bringing together faculty and staff from across the district. Dr. Martha Ellis, Texas Pathways coach from the Texas Success Center, served as the guest speaker. The theme was supporting our students along their pathway to success. On April 1st, over 200 recent graduates and alumni attended the Spring Networking Social hosted by the Alumni Association. This was at our Northwest College, West Houston Institute. All enjoyed the collaborations as well as the partnership opportunities for supporting our students who are currently enrolled here at HCC. Distinguished HCC alums Flor Damasi, a 1989 graduate and CEO of Global Speak Translations, spoke at the event, highlighting her compelling journey to building her company, crediting HCC for fueling her long-term entrepreneurial success. On April the 5th, Houston Community College, the City of Houston, Houston ISD, Fort Bend ISD, and community partners hosted the Youth Teen Summit, as was mentioned earlier. Thank you so very much to all involved. A half-day event focused on helping students and parents navigate education and career opportunities. Over 600 attendees present. Last week, over the course of 3 days, more than 1,300 attendees participated in the 4th Annual National Conference on Artificial Intelligence. Attendees included students, professionals, educators, and industry leaders from 6 countries: Jordan, Canada, USA, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, and India, from Washington, D.C., and 22 other states. Topics included AI in gaming, healthcare, cybersecurity, space, education, fashion, energy, workforce development, governance, and ethics, and more. It was such a phenomenal conference, and I would like to, as was indicated earlier, thank Dr. Michael Webster and all of the members of his team who made that possible. Thank you so very, very much. Now, these are just a few events, but there has been many, many more across the district, including commitment signing days for our baccalaureate programs and milestone ceremonies, where in May, at our graduation, we will have 22 students who will walk across the stage to receive their baccalaureate degrees, and we are delighted about that. So I am grateful to our leadership team, faculty, and staff, and for our board for the unwavering commitment to engaging the community internally and externally, truly executing the vision and mission of the greatest institution that I've ever been affiliated with, the Houston Community College. So now I would like to invite Jonah Garcia, the 2024-25 United Student Council President, to the podium to provide the USC report. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ford Fisher. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Madam Chancellor Dr. Ford Fisher, and respective faculty and staff. My name is Jonah Garcia, and I serve as the President of the United Student Council. And I'm so excited for this month and to share what my fellow officers and I have accomplished during this month. Today, I will be speaking on the following items, such as the Houston Food Bank Eagle Market Project process update, and our second spring semester General Assembly, and the TJCSGA State Conference. For the first order of business, our USC Executive Board, including Vice President Stu Seen and Secretary Deja Dowdwell, have met together at the Northline campus to continue our Houston Food Bank / Eagle Market project on each second Thursday of the month. This initiative allows us to complete our mission of giving back to our student body. For our second order of business, the USC had their second General Assembly of the spring semester on March 21st from 2:30 to 3:30 p.m., which was held on Teams. The USC and SGA district-wide representatives had an opportunity to report what they had accomplished at their home campuses. In addition, we had a guest speaker, Dr. Helen Graham, for the month of March for Women's History Month. During our second General Assembly, my fellow USC officers and I prepared our SGA district-wide fellow colleagues for our upcoming TJCSGA State Conference that was held on March 7th, 2025 at the College of the Mainland. We reviewed topics related to the dress code and the awards submission. And finally, for the last order of business, on April the 10th until the 13th, USC and SGA district-wide representatives attended the Galveston, Texas for our annual TJCSGA State Conference held at the Moody Gardens. HCC was represented by 40 students and 8 advisors attending, which was a great opportunity for all the SGA representatives from across the state of Texas to network. The conference was a fun experience and informative, consisted of 2 keynote speakers, 6 workshops, 3 region meetings, 4 state general assemblies, and the award ceremony. The TJCSGA State Conference was an outstanding outcome, full of blessings, success, and accomplishments. During the state conference, one of my fellow USC SGA district representatives had the opportunity to serve on each committee of the state, such as the Judicial, Nominations, and Awards and Resolutions Committee. And I want to give a recognition to Precious Shadrach for serving part of the Nominations Committee, Dion Ibang for serving part of the Resolutions Committee, Deja Dowell, and Erica Linet. Please stand up to recognize you. For serving part of the Awards Committee, and myself, Jonah Garcia, who served in the Judicial Committee. 4 resolutions were passed during our third day General Assembly meetings, such as a mental health awareness, clarification on House Bill SB 17, and providing more resources for immigrants and the promotion of transparency and clarity within the government operations. We have accomplished a lot during the conference and make history. Please stand up whenever I call your name. Please stand up to recognize you. Online College won second place in the scrapbook category award. And the online college won third place in the chapter of the year award. And finally but not least, Ms. Jana got elected as our new state advisor elect. Thank you. And Southeast College got reelected for the President's School, and they also won second place in the scavenger hunt. And but not least, we also earned the Region 5 Spirit Award stick with most points in the donation cans and hygiene supplies. And also, Southwest got elected for vice president's school. Please stand up for any representative for Southwest. And they also earned an honorable mention for Community Service Award, and also third place in the song category, and second place in the event of the year. We are incredibly proud of our delegations and efforts and commitment. This conference was not only about winning awards, but also about collaboration, growth, and service, and making waves of change. Being the president of the United Student Council has been a great challenge for me because it has helped me grow to become the future leader of tomorrow. This will conclude the United Student Council report for April. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and Chancellor, Dr. Ford Fisher, we thank you for your support and for inspiring us to be better leaders every day. Thank you. Before I yield the floor back to you, I want to wish you all a happy Easter and God bless you. And I yield the floor back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You did great.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Garcia. Outstanding job as always. You are a leader of today and of tomorrow. And I would like to also congratulate all the members of the team who were recognized by you. Thank you so much for the work that you do, and congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you so much.
He's come a long way.
Oh, he has, absolutely.
Yes, sweet.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Nicole Butte-Yanaloma to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report.
I love him so much. Greetings, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the board, and Madam Chancellor. It is an honor to be before you this afternoon and speak about the wonderful work that our faculty are doing. On March 21st, the Faculty Senate had their third meeting of the calendar year. We had many things to discuss, but thankfully we kept it pretty brief as our committees were just getting back in action. But prior to this meeting, we had the privilege of having Dr. Norma Perez come and do a Q&A with faculty. She spent over an hour answering questions about the state of the college today and beyond. So thank you, Dr. Perez, for your time with us. Next, as mentioned last month, this semester the Senate Executive Committee has conducted town hall Q&As at each of the major campuses so that faculty who cannot participate in Senate meetings can still have their voices heard. I have now met with every college and have had specialized meetings with our workforce and adjunct faculty as well. To date, I have had the privilege of hearing from over 300 of our faculty here at HCC outside of Senate. And feedback from these meetings highlight that faculty want to be seen and heard and to know that their concerns are valid. I have found that doing this is just one way I can help foster a sense of belonging here at HCC. Our speaker series talks have also been a way to connect faculty with the work going on at the institution around us. This month, our Ombudsman, Dr. Mike Edwards, is our guest on April 26th. We're looking forward to that. Last Friday, the Faculty Senate hosted our annual faculty conference. We had over 190 attendees, 60 presenters, and numerous vendors who made this day a success. This year's theme was Faculty Forward, and I can promise you that our faculty are now more than ready for the obstacles facing higher education in the 21st century as a result of having participated. We are looking forward to an amazing faculty retreat on May 12th through 15th at Moody Gardens, where 35 of our faculty will have the opportunity to meet, collaborate, and interact with each other, again, looking towards education in the future. Finally, I want to give a special moment of thanks to our Faculty Senate Treasurer this year, Sophie Hasse. Because of her tireless work, our full-time Faculty Emergency Fund is up and running. We received our first donations today. I thank you for your time, your attention, and your support of my esteemed faculty colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Butaloma. Thank you for your leadership. And now I would like to invite Ms. Morgan Yett to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. Ms. Yett.
Good afternoon, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and Trustees. I bring you greetings from the Staff Senate. I am Morgan Yett, the new President of the Senate, and I am excited to serve the HCC staff and to collaborate with you all. I would like to take a moment to recognize Mr. Aaron Henry, the inaugural Staff Senate President. We are grateful for his contribution, and we wish him well on his new endeavors. The Staff Senate is currently in our election season. All staff, part-time and full-time, are eligible to participate. They may self-nominate or nominate a colleague, and the links to the nominations have been sent out to all of our staff on the listserv. The deadline for submission is April 30th. The Professional Development and Conferences Committee, in collaboration with the Enrollment Services team, hosted an online training for our instructional administrative assistants on March 25th, and I'm happy to report that 209 attendees were present for this training. This training educated our staff on the enrollment process, and it allowed them to better serve our students. We send a big thank you to Ms. Mary Lindberg, Ms. Annette Lott, Ms. Octavia Weaver, Ms. April Wiggins, Ms. Esther Reyes, Ms. Trinicia Henry, Ms. Yoselin Palomera, and Ms. Dana Fields for putting together that training for us. It was really, really great. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the first recipient of the Staff Senate Employee of the Month, Wings of Achievement Award, for February 2025, and that is Ms. Stella Salaku. She is a program specialist for employer development at Central Campus, and she was recognized by her supervisor for her superior work. We want to thank Stella for her hard work, and we are working to get another Employee of the Month process started for the month of April. And thank you for your time. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yett. Thank you very, very much. And now we will conclude our reports with a presentation of the Credentials of Value by Dr. Betty Fortune, Interim President of the Northeast College. Dr. Fortune.
Good evening. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Margaret Ford Fisher, faculty and staff, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our Credential of Value student tonight. You've heard the expression, if you want it done right, you have to do it yourself. Well, Dominique Davis from the HCC, Northeast College, is the pure epitome of that statement. She has proven to be truthful and has excelled in the automotive technology program. She says her education from Houston Community College has kept her on the road to success. She has 1 degree from HCC currently and is pursuing 2 more degrees with us. Here she gets the satisfaction of doing what she loves and taking care of herself and her family all at the same time. Here is her story.
I've had a used car most of my life. I tried a car note. That didn't work out too well and ended up right back with a used car. And I continuously would take it to mechanics, didn't have good luck there. So then I was like, well, might as well try to figure it out myself. And the perfect program, very flexible. The teachers, I like the teachers here. And it's been working out. I've been learning a lot. Keep myself on the road. I'm a Houstonian. I'm from Houston, and I've attended Houston Community College before. I have an associate's in arts, so I just decided to come back. Why not? So you have some theory, whereas you're in the classroom, you're getting some hands-on in the classroom and in the shop. You're going to go from ranges of the history of automotive technology and then the current of what's going on now. So we've been able to practice with transmissions, hands-on with motors, taking them apart, putting them back together, things of that nature. I was offered a position at a very popular company with electrical motor vehicles and more. And I feel like I'll be there. That will be my career plan. I don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon. And then eventually, down the line, I have other plans for like having my own business. And so I have an 18-year-old son. He's an artist. He's very good. He's better than I am in art. He wants to get into animation. So I encouraged him to attend HCC. So he plans to attend HCC this summer. And then he's going to eventually transfer over to UHD. It's kind of hard to, find gainful employment, stability in the employment field. So by him watching me, witnessing me attend college, even at my age, he's motivated. He doesn't feel discouraged. He feels though if his mom can do it, he has no excuse. I have an associate's in arts degree. I'm going to eventually come back to school for the auto body paint and collision course. I intend to take that. I paint murals and everything already, so I'm going to tie all of that in together. And then the way I see it is, it doesn't matter what obstacles are in your way. And the term, obstacles are an illusion. That's a real thing. You can't let anything discourage you. You can't let people get in your way. It's always a way around it. It's always a way to push forward. And no matter what, if you push forward, that's when you get your results.
Dominique is with us tonight, and I'd like to ask her to please stand.
So Dr. Fortune and Dominique, would you mind coming to the front, in front of the dais, please? And we'd like to get a photo with you, please. Congratulations. And this is often referred to as one of the non-traditional career fields for ladies. And so you serve as a role model, leading the way. And we thank you so much. And we congratulate you on all of what you're doing. Thank you. How are you? Congratulations. Ashton College. Dr. Great.
We'll take our cars to you.
Right. Madam Chair, that concludes the Chancellor's report.
That was great hearing from everyone. So thank you. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may also stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee, or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session, as permitted under the personnel exception of the Open Meetings Act. We have several people that have signed up, so we'll start with Davon Bothville. If you're present, please.
Greetings, trustees, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and meeting attendees. First and foremost, I wanted to introduce myself. For my leadership, I serve as the Phi Theta Kappa Omega Sigma Chapter President, the HCC Honors Central Class President, the Student Government Association Central College Historian, and the HCC Ambassadors Program Central College VP at Large, as a mentor and as a tour guide. For my accolades and awards earned in the past 2 years, I had earned the Phi Theta Kappa Texas Region Walter B. Cooper Scholarship, the esteemed Coca-Cola Academic Team's Silver Star Scholarship, the All Texas Academic Team, the Phi Theta Kappa Texas Region Hall of Honor for Outstanding Officers, the Phi Theta Kappa Texas Region D4 Hall of Honor, the Model Arab League 2025 Distinguished Delegation as a Social Affairs Council representing the UAE, and the Spring 2024 GCIC Academic Consortium at the College of the Mainland as a first place presenter on the topic of pluralism, out of 70 presenters from other schools. And lastly, for my programs I took part in was the Rice University Sustainability and Data Workshop, the Model Arab League 2024 Joint Defense Council representing Lebanon, the Summer 2024 French Embassy Beyond the Postcard Bootcamp in Guadeloupe, and the Summer 2025 Ahmed East Case Community and Social Entrepreneurship Abroad in Tunisia. And that is not even the half list of recognitions. Now, more on an urgent note. I wanted to come here to express my deepest disappointments in the decision made for the Honors College sophomores. As some of you may know, we pour our blood, sweat, and tears into this program, fostering a cohort full of educational excellence, accolades, and camaraderie. Over the course of 2 years, I have taken the role as a leader to advocate for students like me with the main motivation of my enrollment here being this study abroad trip. It was going to be an unforgettable chance to connect and learn with my cohort beyond the constraints of the classroom walls. It was a main factor for all of us here to spend time on the application and click send in hopes of an opportunity like no other. Now onto my complaints for the current administration. It is with my knowledge and understanding that the communication between the higher-ups was not disclosed with the Honors College directors, let alone the students, in a proper manner, leaving us to, as students, our free time, which we do not have much of, to resolve the problem ourselves. It only took around 4 meetings with administration to figure out that we were not even going to get an international trip, let alone a domestic trip. And at this rate, I don't see that the school or institution is recognizing the amazing individuals I work with, the amazing individuals I laugh with, and the amazing individuals I cry with. Overall, I believe that it was lazy on how the decision was made, and although the appropriate administration had expressed their deepest concerns, I had seen no real value into that. If the administration had cared, I would have seen more transparency in communication, statements from the executives that they have conversed with, and the appropriate levels of reimbursements, not only on the mental toll we have faced, but the financials as well. And for some students had to pay for their visas and passport corrections out of pocket. Now, trustees, I was here at a previous meeting where you all recognized the importance of placing students in communities alongside other junior college associations. I have called and contacted numerous amounts of community college to see what programs, trips, and societies they had to offer, and all in all, I was shocked. College in the Mainland, Lee College, San Jacinto, Collin College, Brazosport, and Lone Star especially, just to name a few, have still approved their notions of student travel with no boundaries in place, keeping their promise despite the political climate we are facing today. So I please ask you to recognize our efforts of being here and demand appropriate reimbursements to be set in place. For the sophomores of the Honors College here at HCC, not only the Central College, but the Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, and Southwest. Thank you. I yield my time to the Honorable Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next one is Auburn Carvel.
Greetings, trustees, Madam Chancellor, and meeting attendees. My name is Auburn Carvel. I am president of our Model Arab League team for 2025, participated in 2024. I am president of HCC's Central Campus Ambassadors Program, vice president of HCC Central's History Club, and I'm vice president of our Honors College for Central Campus. Now, there has been a growing sense of disappointment and frustration among many of us in the Honors College. At the beginning of the semester, we were promised a study abroad trip, something special, and to celebrate our hard work and dedication. It was presented as a reward for the time we invested in this program and a chance to build stronger bonds outside the classroom. However, without any discussion or explanation, the trip was abruptly canceled. No student input was sought, and the decision was made without transparency. And the lack of communication has really affected our trust in the process. To make up for the canceled trip, we were told there would be a treat in San Antonio. But it was scheduled on Mother's Day, an important and personal day for many of us. For me and for others, it's a day to reserve for family and reflection. That choice alone made it hard to see the retreat as a genuine effort to make amends. It is also scheduled right before the sophomore's graduation, one of the most stressful and busy periods of the academic year. Rather than feeling like an appreciation of our work, it added more to our already full plates. What made the situation more frustrating is that after everything we contribute to the Honors College, we're now being told to take on even more. Previously, we were directed by faculty to form a traveling committee to help prevent future trip cancellations of study abroad trips. But most recently, we were told to create a planning committee for the end-of-year luncheon, something in the past that was always handled by faculty. These are responsibilities that not should fall on us all last minute, especially when they're never a job that we have dealt with before. This is especially disheartening when you consider the amount of work and leadership we already provide. For example, I have served as the president of the Model Arab League team, which is not only open to honor students, but also includes non-honor students from all HCC campuses and the online college. It is entirely student-taught and student-led. We represent Houston Community College, which is the only community college in the nation that competes in this national and regional diplomatic simulation. At our most recent conference, 2 of our teams were recognized as distinguished delegations, standing out among major 4-year universities. Our program is making history and is built on student leadership and initiative. In academic conferences, we have consistently showed up and excelled. I personally have competed in public speaking competitions hosted at HCC and won first place, representing Houston Honors Central Campus. We've also placed first in other various academic competitions that are against other various colleges, always bringing visibility and pride not only to the Honors College, but to Houston Community College. We take pride in what we do. We lead clubs, we organize events, we represent this college on and off campus. But it becomes discouraging when the effort we put in is taken for granted. We now find ourselves having to create structures and rules just to make sure that basic experiences we were promised actually happen. The Honors College should be a space for support and appreciation. It should not be a place where students are forced to fight to keep their opportunities alive. We're not asking for anything extra. We are simply asking for what we were already promised before even attending Houston Community College. We want to be heard. We want to be respected. We want to feel like the energy and leadership we bring to this program is not only acknowledged, but valued. I thank you for your time, and please don't let my appearance here be in vain. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you so much. The next speaker, Dion Ibong. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diane Mechene Ebong. I'm an honor student from HCC Southwest. I've also driven here far from Missouri City campus as we just wrapped up our General Assembly for Student Government Association. Today I'm speaking on the matter of the Honors College trip. Since this trip was an intricate project which had even just the basic requirement of students participating in cultural events, being active in Honors College, as well as the various volunteer hours we had to participate, we were already held at a higher standard to even be considered for this trip. That while this varies from college to college, again, you really had to be held accountable just to even be considered in the first place. Another thing is that we had to take an additional class, and me right now I'm a chemical engineering student, and I was maxed out at like around 17 credits to even be considered for this class. So just for me to excel academically, I had to struggle and endure a lot to be considered for this trip. While I have enjoyed that class, because this trip was canceled way later, I couldn't even consider dropping this class or what my decisions were moving forward. On top of this workload, on top of all this workload, I've attended conferences on behalf of HCC Honors, as well as I've participated in the sustainability and climate undergraduate experience run by Rice University. Again, I really do a lot for HCC, and I hope you guys hear that, and I really want what we deserve. And in addition to what my previous colleagues have said, I wish for an effort is made for this situation to not happen again, because trips have been canceled before and people know how to move accordingly. So I don't understand where the mess up is here, as well as that the administration hold themselves accountable while planning. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicole Finkbeiner.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Nicole Finkbeiner. I am currently taking fashion design courses at Houston Community College as a hobby to learn to design and sew my own clothes. And yes, I sewed this suit. Professionally, I am a career marketer with over 22 years of experience, 5 of those years as the head of marketing at Kellogg Community College in Battle Creek, Michigan, which is a 14,000 student, 5-campus community college, and 2 years as the executive director of marketing at Lone Star College Tomball. Sorry to mention a competitor. One of my areas of marketing is what we call customer journey work, which is often utilized to remove barriers to a customer purchasing a product or a service. It is with this expertise that, in my experience at HCC, that I am here to issue a challenge to each one of you, as board members, the Chancellor, the Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction, and any others who are willing. I challenge you to make yourself unrecognizable and physically follow a student through your own enrollment process. Sit with them as they try to fill out the forms and get frustrated and confused. Meet with them off campus and get in their car or get on the bus and go to the campus with them as they are trying to get through this process. Not when it's convenient for you, but when they have to go to do that. So watch them as they get confused and frustrated by conflicting information. Ask yourself why it takes a 3-page how-to guide to use your online system to search and enroll in courses instead of being designed in a user-friendly way. Make note of all the times they face yet another barrier to enrolling. If you do so, I promise you, you will see tremendous opportunity, and I know your enrollment's high, I just heard that, but to increase enrollment even more and improve student success. It took me 3 visits to the campus closest to my work, which I had to go to between the hours of 8 and 5, hence being close to my work, to enroll. Another 3 visits to campus physically to change my address, and many, many hours to figure out how to finally enroll and pay for a single class. I kept thinking to myself, I have a master's degree. I have done this many times before. I was a community college administrator. I should be able to figure this out. And yet I struggled through this process. So why you? Why not just say delegate it down to someone in student services and ask them to do this? Because one of the first rules of customer journey work is not to let the person who knows the process be the one to do this type of work. Once you know the process, you become blind to the challenges in it. That's why marketers like me hire external researchers to do this for us. In this case, I believe that the barriers to students successfully enrolling will not change unless you personally do this. This is a case where having a personal experience of watching a student truly struggle through this process will forever change your leadership of this college and will result in the top-down permissions to change and simplify that are needed. I hope you will accept this challenge. I've provided a copy of this challenge to each of you. And thank you so much, and I yield my time to the board and chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bradley Mikulski. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members. Good to see you all again. Per my last appearance in February, I am representing the HCC Honors College extreme frustration and dissatisfaction with the administration's decision to cancel our trip to London. After months of discussions, we have been given an ultimatum, a 4-day trip to San Antonio or nothing at all. Just as a reminder, to be in the HCC Honors College, you must have an initial 3.5 high school GPA, upkeep a 3.2, carry a full-time course load, take higher difficulty honors level classes, participate in cultural events, volunteer for community service hours, and join a student organization. This decision is completely unacceptable. We have also been told our students will most likely not be receiving any compensation for their visas, passports, or other expenses for their trip, which was the bare minimum that the administration could have provided. Yet, they failed to meet the lowest acceptable bar. The excuse was student safety. But tell me, if student safety was the priority of this institution, why were no waivers ever presented to any of the students before the trip was canceled? If student safety is such a large concern, why does HCC allow campus carry? If we really care about student safety regarding travel, why are we allowing international students to travel to other states days after this decision has been made? Not to say these international students should not be allowed these opportunities, but the reasoning for this trip cancellation does not align with other decisions made whatsoever. What is concerning to me is the apathetic stance from the administration. They have failed to put themselves in our shoes. There is no genuine disquietude from the institution concerning our grievances. The administration seems to believe that we are acting entitled, which is not the case. A majority of students are first-generation students that do not come from a place of privilege, so trust that we are grateful to have been selected to be a part of this amazing life-changing program. I'm truly grateful. It allowed me to go to college. While we understand that travel is not always guaranteed, as we know from the past, such as events like COVID, we were told Monday, January 27th, to finalize documents for this trip, and then that following Friday, we were told the trip was canceled. It took us to speak to the Chancellor to get clarification on the issue. The stress, anxiety, and emotional ruin this has caused me has made me physically ill. I can't sleep at night because I'm always thinking about this. I can't focus on my schoolwork because I'm always thinking about this. I can't do my job properly because I'm always thinking about this. But I refuse to lay down and take this disrespect. I nearly died last year from meningitis because a doctor refused to listen to me. But a very wise woman once told me to always advocate for myself, and so I stand here today alive, advocating for myself and these students who this institution has so blatantly disrespected. I will continue to fight for my fellow students who were robbed of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even if that means showing up here every single month until a feasible resolution is reached. A 4-day trip to San Antonio is an insulting compromise. With that being said, board members, I address you directly. We first request a truthful, direct answer as to why this situation actually occurred. Because, as we have seen, the events that the excuse given has not co-aligned with the other decisions made by the administration. Secondly, we request a formal public apology from the institution. And finally, most importantly, we must have reimbursements for the students who spent an egregious amount of money to be able to go on this trip. I also want to thank the 3 administration members who were our direct line of communication throughout this entire process. I truly, truly do thank you for that. This statement is to officially document what we have experienced during our final semester at this institution. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We appreciate concerns raised during the hearing of citizens portion of the meeting. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or acting on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration, and someone from the staff will be again getting in touch with y'all. So again, I thank the students. I thank all of you for coming to the hearing and letting your voices be heard. So thank you. The next item is approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion?
Sure.
Oh, yes, sir.
Item 1 and 8.
Say 8.
Yes, 1 and 8.
Any others?
I'm going to pull item 7.
Okay, we have pulled number 1, number 7, and number 8. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Been approved in second. We're now ready to vote on the consent agenda. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. We'll now consider item number 1. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved in second. We'll now have discussion regarding number 1. What's the question, Trustee Wilson?
Is this the single wing one passenger plane that's over at Northeast?
This is, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to invite Ms. Schmidt to come forward to respond to the questions, please.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. This is plane number 2. It is not here yet.
Could you tell me a little bit about it?
Thank you very much. I'm going to defer to Dean Vogel, who's the COE Dean for the Transportation Center of Excellence.
Good afternoon. The plane is a single-engine plane, and it was donated by LaPorte Airport, and it's going to be for the aviation program that we're working on getting approved by the board first, of course, and then SACS. It is a flyable plane.
Is it single seat?
No, 2 seats.
2-seater? It's single engine, two-seater.
Yep, single engine two-seater.
Okay. And that's going to be used in the aviation program?
Yes, as a training aid.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item's number 7. Oh, no, I thought we voted at the end.
A vote on the item.
Oh, each item?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's vote on item number 1. Please cast your votes.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Now we'll do item number 7. Okay. Trustee Davis?
So moved.
Oh,
Mo-
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Davis.
Dr. Hahn, I don't need the answer today, but on the monthly financial report, just want to understand, and I understand we have our meeting scheduled for next week, but to talk about the fund balances, want to understand where we are in terms of cash on hand through today relative to what the ideal amount of cash on hand is supposed to be. We don't have to answer it today, but you can. Just wanted to like that on the report, that's all.
It's on the agenda for the 24th. We'll cover it with you. We're going to explain the chart of accounts, how the various 5 segments work together to create a cost center, 9 funds, 9 different locations. We use the class section of the PeopleSoft software to define the location. We'll explain it all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Voting is now open for item number 7.
Did we get a motion on that item, please?
We did.
Did we motion?
Thank you.
Please cast your votes.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to approve number 8?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Trustee Wilson.
I have 2 questions. First one's a legal question about why there's 2 parts to this, approving the internal audit department and then the audit committee chair, both charters. Why is it combined into one?
Mr. Corrigan?
They are 2 separate charters. Okay, that's what I thought. They were 2 separate charters. So why is it combined into one action item and not 2 action items?
Just ease of expediting the process. We can certainly separate them if the board wishes.
Thank you.
I have a question.
You have any information now? No concern?
Dr. Montgomery?
Yes, the internal auditor is correct. It was just for ease, but we can certainly separate that.
I was going to refer back to Madam Chair of Audit.
mic, please.
Now the rules are public and open record, that as part of the public meeting minutes, we are actually adhering to what we've always done. So this conversation has gone on. Mr. Corrigan, can you confirm we've done this for the better part of a year? We've worked on this.
Well, we've worked on it, yes.
So having them separate is still going to give you the same result. So the internal audit department and the audit committee chairs work hand in hand. So that is why they're here, perhaps for convenience, but to confirm that we've always done the work based on our high standard. Now the global internal audit standards, I would say, have finally caught up, but I won't say that. So we would just like to vote on it after we spent the better part of a year having this discussion and get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee.
That was,
And Trustee Wilson has a follow-on.
that was my question. Now, my comment about this is I have some concerns about the global template or whatever you call it that we're asked to follow. I like doing things here at Houston Community College, and I'm concerned that this might not leave us the latitude for us to move for our own individual institution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Trustee Davis.
Sure. The question for the administration, what aspect of audit has any implications, if any, on accreditation?
Well, certainly it does. I mean, that's really critically important. That's one of the things that's typically looked at and examined whenever the accreditors come in. I've served on accrediting teams with SACs, and certainly there are executives with colleges and universities for sure that are examining this. But because this has been a part of what has been presented previously, and of course I heard Trustee Wilson's questions before about why combined, but in looking at the language and then going through the committee meetings regarding this, we did not think that it would be problematic, particularly given that in the language it says that to provide the board with the information needed to conduct its oversight responsibilities, and that this may be specifically requested by the board or may be in the judgment of the chief audit executive. So we saw it as language that would not prevent the board from getting all of the pertinent information. So there were no questions when it passed through committee.
Sure. I mean, just the comment that I'll make, because I know obviously external audit is one thing, but to the extent that accreditation also looks at internal audit, doesn't have to be fixed today, but insofar as how we stated what the audit function enhances, and it's on there in the verbiage that was added, and perhaps this bolsters Trustee Wilson's point. I think us adding that this function also enhances HCC's accreditation might be important, because there's no mention of accreditation in the entire document. So that's why I just thought I'd flag that. Doesn't have to be addressed today, but I just think to the extent we're considering things in the future about how we view the purpose that the internal audit and the audit committee serves, so how it could support accreditation.
That's understandable, but in the past, we've never mentioned the SAC's preference or standards in terms of audit. I would much prefer that we maintain the standard based on what was required from the global, as opposed to adding what SACs would prefer or expect to see, that it does, even though it has an impact. The real issue is it's fiscal. And normally, they're separate and apart from each other, normally. And with this, what was interesting about this is that Mr. Corrigan and I had extensive conversations about this. This is the way we've always done business. We simply never put it in writing. And so now that this global standard is now front and center and everyone is required to do it, then let them catch up. But I was very pleased with the fact that our internal audit standards were already at this level without being written. And now that it is written, they can, if they want to do a past audit to see that we've done the bulk of these things without being asked, that we have maintained our fiscal standard. But I would not, if it is not required to mention SACs, I would rather SACs not be mentioned.
Just to be clear, I didn't suggest mentioning SACs. I'm talking specifically in the paragraph where we talk about the purpose. And it reads, the purpose of the internal audit function is to strengthen HCC's ability to create, protect, sustain by providing board management, independent risk-based and objective assurance, advice, insight, and foresight. The internal audit function enhances HCCS's, and it has 5 bullet points. I'm not going to read them all, but one of them says governance, risk management, and control processes. On that line, I might add and protect our accreditation. That's all I'm suggesting. If we're saying, if part of the purpose is to make sure we can risk manage, part of that risk management is protecting the accreditation, not making any reference to what SACS requires, but I'm just saying as a statement of the purpose of why we think the internal audit matters. That's what I was suggesting.
Thank you. I think that we've worked on it. It went through committee approved it. So now it's time for the board to vote on it. So voting is now open on item number 8. Thank you, Mr. Corrigan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Corrigan, thank you so much.
She said, "What's got to be?" Wait.
Madam Chair, I just want to go back to item 1 for just a quick second.
One second,
We
if I
need to
could announce
finish this
the
vote.
vote.
Oh.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-1.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to revisit item 1 and just say thank you to LaPorte Flightline LLC. The airplane is located at the North Forest campus in District 2, and so I'm extremely grateful for that. This contribution will significantly enhance our aviation program. I was actually a aviation recruiter at one point, and so I'm really excited about the opportunity that this provides to our students. Your investment in education helps us prepare to the next generation for aviation professionals, and we sincerely thank you for supporting this mission. Thank you.
Thank you. We also, we accepted some donated items when we voted on the consent agenda, and we also want to thank them as Robot Lab, Password Productions, Bottle Box AI, PepsiCo Foundation Truck, and KC Events and Florals. So we thank you all for your donation and for believing in Houston Community College. Yes, ma'am.
You're absolutely right, Madam Chair. We really do appreciate the donated items. And with respect to item number 1, it has just been updated to indicate that the plane has been delivered to the Northeast campus. So we'd like for the minutes to reflect that.
Is that the one I've been waiting on?
I think so.
Or wishing?
No, I don't know.
No, not, just kidding, just kidding. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item A, Wade
moved.
Bass Program for a commercial
Second.
driver license CDL training project number RFP C 2514? It's been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you very
please
much.
introduce the item.
Pardon me, Madam Chair?
Introduce.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to the board to recommend your consideration of approval for the Chancellor to execute a contract with Bumper to Bumper Easy CDL LLC to provide a web-based program for commercial driving CDL training in accordance with, as Madam Chair indicated, RFPC 25-14 in support of continuing education, commercial transportation. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Hahn, Dr. Bittenfield to respond to all questions, please.
Thank you, Board Chair, Trustees, and Chancellor. have a number of contracts. This one in particular was the result of an old contract expiring, and the new vendor is an incumbent. Dr. Von Biedenfeld will talk about it if you have questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chancellor, Chair, and Board. Again, we're just asking for the authorization for the Chancellor to execute this contract. This is a continuation of the web-based curriculum in support of our CDL granting program. And so, of course, truck driving, we know there's a great need for commercial driving. And this is a supplement to our instructors' existing curriculum.
Trustees, any questions?
Hi. So we have an amazing online college, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to explain to us how the training materials that are included in this RFP interact or don't with our online college. Just want to make sure we're not paying for duplicate platforms or parallel platforms or any of that, because we have an amazing college. We should get the most out of it. So.
Absolutely. And of course, by design, each of the colleges will have some overlap, but many of these specializations that exist, particularly at the Northeast campus, are distinct from the curriculum offerings. And so with CDL, there is another agenda item related to drug testing that will follow. There are specific and distinct professional licensure requirements that involve interaction. So this program is integrated in the Northeast college system with actual driving tests and things of that nature.
So just to make sure I understand, there's no interaction between what we're about to vote on and our online college. There's, in your view, no opportunity to work for between now and the next time that this RFP is up for renewal to work it in there so that we can, again, leverage our amazing digital college online infrastructure to synergize and save some money in the long haul.
I think that's something we could investigate, is to see where the technologies could work, but the actual curriculum delivery would not have any overlap.
Thank you.
I have more of a question on A, B, C, and D, why they're $95,000 annually with a max of $475,000. Is there some procurement reason why that's in there, or?
The procurement reason is simply speaking with the end users. We try to act in a way that's driven by the client departments and their anticipated enrollment growth. And so some of these things are not to exceeds. We oftentimes look for those savings throughout the contract. We may leverage spend sometimes. We've really been working on revamping our contract administration and management. So there's a young lady, Shanaz, in our department who has been actively investigating vendor performance. And I think to Trustee Cheevan's points earlier, such as asking for student support, internships, and participation of existing internal resources. We have subject matter experts and faculty. Those are things that we're looking for in the course of the contract, and then we would be able to issue contract amendments. But again, we come to the board asking for the Chancellor to have the authority for that not to exceed amount. And then if we're able to deliver under that or find other cost savings or other efficiencies, we would then bring those back to you. In the same way, just for example, we exceeded the small business spend by 2% last year. 35% was the board's goal. We exceeded it. We reached 37%. So we're able to bring those accomplishments to you.
I understand what you're saying, but my question is, they're all exactly the same, and there are 4 different golf carts and commercial driving and linen service, and they're all the same money, $95,000 and $475,000.
Absolutely, and in consultation with the client departments, some of these areas are, because of the type of procurement method, these are more along the commodities methodology where we have unit pricing.
Well, that's the procurement method. That's, I guess, what I'm asking. Explain that to me.
And I think I can help, Dr. Benefield. What Trustee Wilson is getting at, you have $95,000 maximal for a year. Then you say total contract now to exceed $475,000. I think it's because you have it for a year with 4-year renewal options, which means 5 years. And if you multiply 5 times 95,000, we get to 475,000. Is that why it reflects that way?
You are correct. And I think in the specific aspect of why there's that uniformity, it's not a laziness. It's not a standard formula where we just throw out a number and say, here's 95,000. These are specific delivery methods that are the same, and you'll see that the buyer of record is the same. And so oftentimes we're trying to task professionals in their strength area. So some of our buyers have excellent construction knowledge. Some have excellent IT knowledge. So these are very specific procurement projects that deal with the solicitation methods that's much more structured. And so in consultation with the client departments, the enrollment number, the number of vehicles, for example, with golf carts, that was the structure that we came up with that seemed reasonable, where we wouldn't have to come back to the board and say we'd like more than $95,000 per year. But also, again, these projects were packaged in a way to maximize our human resources.
Well, isn't that 95 also under the Chancellor's purview or limit per year?
That dollar value per year would be under the $100,000.
So, you know, why do you even have to bring these to the board?
It's a multi-year contract, and the aggregate spend would exceed the Chancellor's authority. And again, I think one of the objectives that we're trying to make sure of is that we are fully transparent with the expenditures, and that we're able to answer questions about our procurement methods, our practices, and how procurement is interfacing with our client departments.
If I might say that the drug testing one, which we will get to, is $80,000 a year, so they're not all identical, 95. And the BioSig contract is a specific amount of $105,000 and some odd dollars a year. So these first few are 95, but not all of them are. So math went into the calculation and working with the end user.
Well, when I do business, I like to have a set amount rather than something that's open-ended. And that's what these contracts look like to me. They're open-ended. Oh, okay. And we, as board members, lose control over that. And what good or bad, we lose control over that. And the administration then gets to fill in the gaps and spend the money as they see fit, as we've set these maximums per year and per total to fill in. And I'm more for liking to see contracts that are specific and to the dollar. I think there's a chance for, some spillage, for lack of a better word, in this.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Trustee Wilson, yes, ma'am. Trustee Wilson, to add on, although it's an annual spend of $95,000, we look at the total contract amount, and because all of the renewals that are in that contract have the amount that is well over the Chancellor's authority, that is why it comes to the board. So it's, even though it's up to $100,000 per annual year, that's per a contract. If there are renewals in that contract and there are additional amounts, then it has to come to the board.
But isn't that for each year? And that resets, that 100,000 resets at every fiscal year, right?
Only if it's a separate contract.
Only if it what?
A separate contract.
It's a renewal. It requires a separate contract renewal for each year. That's the control feature.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Oh, yes, ma'am.
you mentioned exceeding 95,000 for the year?
No.
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed 95,000 for the year, and then
Okay,
that
that's how I
475,000.
understood it, but I thought you said something about if we go over 95 for the year.
Then the concern would be that if we went over a set amount, that we would then have to come back to you and say that we didn't calculate.
Thank you. No other.
I have a question. Trustee Cheeman, you should go first.
No, please.
No, please, I insist.
This hand, okay. Trustee Sheehan.
My question is I had the same question mark in my head as I was looking through these materials in advance. Do you have, off the top of your head, a sense of what our historical spend on this particular RFP has been?
Well, I don't like to shoot from the hip, Trustee Sheehan, so I actually have those numbers. And they're very similar. So in our prior year spend for each of these 4 projects, around the $60,000 range. And then this escalation anticipates tariffs, it anticipates additional students, it anticipates wear and tear. So for example, with commercial light bulbs, maybe in speaking in consultation with facilities, we've had those light bulbs for 6 years on a 5-year warranty. So we might anticipate replacing more of them.
But for this particular RFP, what you're saying is historical spend has been a rateable $60,000, but we're proposing to step this one up in particular because of potential cost increases, potential enrollment growth, which I know I have the same skepticism as Trustee Wilson that all of those adjustments magically point to the exact same number across 4 different procurement items. For this in particular, because it's tied to a student-facing service, I'm willing to suspend disbelief, but just want to make sure that that I understand your thought process. Is that 60,000 rateable spend? There's a little bit of contingency in there for unexpected things, given that this is an unexpected time, and that's how you got to 95.
Yes, and I just want to clarify, it is a 5-year total term. It'll be the first year and then an optional 4 additional 1-year terms. So that's the $95,000 per each year.
Madam Chair, it's an increase of over 50%. It's not, really just marginal, piggybacking on what Trustee Cheevan said. Are you just, where are you getting that percentage? Because if it's normally 60%, we're at 95%, that's over a 50% increase.
Right, and so each of these projects, so to add a qualitative element to this, the reason that this buyer of record worked on these projects, he has extensive experience in private sector, is relatively new to public sector, so we packaged the workload in a way that these projects were substantially similar in the calculation method, the solicitation method, and so each of these has a number of parallels in how those calculations are done. In this sense, as Dr. Montgomery has mentioned, we're anticipating the overall spend, but we are calculating, because this would be a renewal term, that software prices, CPI, COLA, those sorts of things that go into repair, we're anticipating that over that overall 5-year spend. So some of these calculations are uniform in the calculation, but in anticipation of what would 2027 pricing be? What would 2029 pricing be? But again, there is a calculation. These are substantially similar projects in their calculation, and that's why, as Dr. Hahn mentioned, you'll see on Project 5, which was handled by Gabriel Moyle, a separate buyer of record, it's a different type of project, a different cost calculation, and so even though the prior year spend is similar, the dollar value in our projection is different because it is a different type of project and a different calculation. But this buyer, Mr. Sajid, he was given these projects to build expertise in this area. And so these projects.
So are you saying the bump up to 95 comes from him or comes from us? I want to know where you get this 50% increase from in the past. Is this something you calculated? Is this something he said it's going to cost you about 50% more with tariffs, et cetera?
Okay, yes, the costing begins with the client department. Anticipated enrollment, for example, with this first item, in consultation with facilities for light bulbs. So we work with the client department. Then the buyer of record has the duty to exercise supply cycle principles, such as, again, anticipating tariffs, anticipating potential fuel costs, anticipating wear and tear, anticipating the life cycle of existing products. So, for example, with the golf carts, what is the existing age of the golf carts? So if we had done this last year, maybe that price calculation would have been slightly different because the golf carts would have been newer last year, less used, like you might do with a personal vehicle. But the buyer of record would work in consultation with the client department to anticipate what that expenditure would be, what the enrollment would be, what the golf cart usage would be, and whether that's, are we going to contract these out? So some of the things that we're trying to do are maximize our internal resources. And so rather than going out and leasing golf carts, for example, from new places and things of that nature, maybe we exercise those existing ones, but that works together.
So since you have the 3 identical ones and you keep using them interchangeably, does that mean all 3 were at about 60 and all 3 are about increased of over 50%?
Yes, they're substantially similar projects. The buyer of record worked with substantially similar client department needs. And so the laundry, for example, the commodity
Dr.
prices.
Benefield, they're not similar. Golf carts have nothing to do with linen services, so let's not do that.
Right.
So find another choice of word
But I
to
think
use on that.
that's what caught our attention is that all 4, 95,000, and so that's why we're asking all these questions.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So when I say that, I mean by the procurement methodology, RFPC.
Oh.
Right. Right. Now, cleaning laundry is very different than driving a golf cart.
Trustee Davis.
Yeah, my question is different, and I'm sticking on item A. We're all over the place.
We're still on A.
Since it's a web-based program, I assume we access it via our website. So I want to ask Mr. Lestajet some questions about our website.
Before we get on the specifics of that, can I make one overall global comment about these four?
Sure.
And we need to go back. To me, I'm not asking a question about the website, the linen, the golf carts, or light bulbs. The question I've got is a bigger question about how we procure things and what we spend on things, how we do our budget. And it just seems like to me that everything is too, I mean, it sends chills up my spine on how we financially do things around here. And we're not looking after the taxpayers' money like I think we should. And this is indicative, these four things. I'll probably vote for them, but my bigger global thing is on how we do everything here. And I think that's really what we need to take a hard look at, especially since we're right now in the middle of our budget. And I still want to find room for free tuition. So I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you.
But go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Lester Jack, come on up.
Well, just,
I'm aware of what I said. Don't worry. It's a stretch, but since the subtitle said web-based, so where are we with our website?
Well, we're underway. We saw site mapping projects and outcomes recently, and we're moving on into. Dawn is here. Dawn can answer this because she's specifically right on the project management role. But we're targeting early spring for completion.
Thank you. Yes, the website is certainly on track. I'm Dawn Majors, Office of Project and Change Management. We started off with an evaluation of our site map and making sure that the new site will be structured appropriately. On yesterday, we saw the wireframes and the templates in terms of how the pages will be constructed. We're on our second round of those reviews, and then we're getting into content design. So we're still on target for a spring delivery.
Got it. Last year, we talked extensively about making sure our students had participatory roles. Do we have any interns or can you speak to that in terms of the user experience element within what we're doing?
Absolutely. Not only did we engage students here at HCC, but we also engaged students who are not enrolled at HCC. We engaged, and I don't remember the number right now, but there were a number of individuals that were engaged by the vendor who were like blind shoppers. And we gave them some tasks to say, if you needed to enroll in HCC, how would you actually get there by clicking, and provide us some feedback based off of that. That was used to inform the site map in terms of how it's structured and how you click, where you click. It's also being used to structure to inform the site maps and the layouts.
Okay. Thank you.
thank you. Now we're ready to,
After him and then me.
Can I hop in with another website question? Here, come back. Just
Don't see it.
remember, we're on number 8.
speaking of chills going down spines, Trustee Wilson. So you mentioned spring, early spring, which it's already early spring, so I'm presuming it's next early spring.
That is correct, sir.
Which means
26?
which means that really it's a play test for summer 26 with the first big impact being next fall 26. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It's a very long time from now, but thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
I only have one comment.
Oh, okay.
The young lady that came up and talked about the challenge, it's really easy to do this in ChatGPT because you can ask a question about the website and it'll give you every wrong answer. Every challenge we got on their website. Can you guys use this as one of your guides? Because what she stated was extraordinarily succinct in terms of navigating. And my only question this time last year is, where's the app? We don't have one. But this was extraordinarily clear. So I am hoping that you all take her exact wording, because a year to do a website, and I won't say it, it's a long time.
Thank you. Okay, there's nothing else. Let's go on to vote on A. Voting is open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Okay, is there a motion to approve item B?
So moved.
Linen Laundry Services, project number RFPC 2516. It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher, introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for the board to consider authorizing the Chancellor to execute a contract with Laundry Genie to provide linen laundry services system-wide in accordance with, as was indicated, RFPC 2516. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Hahn and Dr. Benfield to the podium, and of course, they're there already to respond to all questions.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Trustees?
This is another instance of the former contract having expired and maintaining the incumbent Laundry Genie. And again, it's a one-year contract with 4 renewals possible. And in this case, it is a small business. If you have any questions, we can.
Any questions?
May I just say, and again, we're anticipating a 50% markup based on the current economic environment from what we've been paying in the past.
Not to exceed. And again, that's a threshold that deals with provisions related to labor. Some of so the cost benefit analysis, I know Dr. Hahn wants me to explain that, but she wants it concisely, and it's sort of a lengthy process of how we, particularly for RFPCs, commodities, where we do that cost analysis.
Okay. Is the final number 50% over what we've been paying historically? Just yes or no would be great.
Unlikely.
Okay. Unlikely what we end up paying.
Correct.
But our projected maximum, if we hit the projected maximum, it would be 50% over what we had been paying previously.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I just, trying to get through this. Thanks.
Have the cost of what it was?
So what I am looking for us to develop is a rubric, which is a cost-benefit analysis for each contract. So we have a sense of what it is, what the value is that the contract is bringing to HCC. Not just that an end user had a need and we filled it with a vendor, services, goods or services, but we can actually prove in the value to the college. But that's a brand new model we have to develop from scratch, and we're beginning that work now.
Any other questions? If not, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a comment. No, I just want to pile onto a comment that Trustee Wilson made in the previous item. I think there's a difference between a procurement process that gives us operational flexibility and a procurement process that drives us for continual improvement. And as we're looking through those cost-benefit analyses, and I don't know if that will drive to changes in our procurement process, but at least my request would be that we bias toward the process that drives us to continuous improvement so that we can, steward the taxpayers' money properly, but also continue to drive more of the dollars that we do take into students and student outcomes. So I appreciate that there's innovations coming, but just wanted to weigh in on that matter before we voted on this.
Thank you. We are now ready to vote on item B.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item C, golf carts, utility vehicles, preventive maintenance, and repair services, project number RFP C2518?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation to you to consider authorizing the Chancellor to execute a contract with Cart Leasing Incorporated to provide golf cart and utility vehicle preventative maintenance and repair services. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to ask Dr. Hahn and Dr. Benfield to respond to questions.
In
Any
this
questions,
case,
trustees? Trustees, any questions?
Wilson.
Trustee Wilson.
Did the college ever get the golf cart back from the IEC?
Yes, indeed. Mr. McCracken, yes.
Yes, we did. We had some difficulty fitting it in the trailer, but we got it back.
Thanks.
Okay. No questions? Then we're ready to vote on item C. Everyone vote?
Here.
Who are you waiting?
Received.
Okay.
The voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item
So
D?
moved.
Various types of commercial light
Second.
bulbs, project number RFPC 2519, light bulbs. It has been moved in second, excuse me. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much. Once again, Madam Chair, members of the board. So this item is a recommendation for you to consider authorizing the Chancellor to execute a contract with ESAM Jones Distributor Incorporated to provide various types of commercial light bulbs. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Hahn and Dr. Bedenfield to answer all questions.
Trustees, any questions on the light bulbs?
No light bulb questions.
Trustee Wilson, I
Yes,
see your
sure.
light bulb. Come on.
There's a light bulb question.
I don't recognize any of these names, and I'm somewhat in that industry. And I would have expected a Summit or a Wholesale Electric or a CED or Light Bulb Wholesale or some. These people don't recognize them.
This is the incumbent vendor.
The what? Excuse me, will you?
This is the incumbent vendor. We have the list on the composite scores. I'm not 100% sure who decided to respond to the solicitation, but the respondents are Fuse, Dream Big Ventures, Facility Solutions, Competitive Choice, Voss Electric, and of course the awarded vendor, ESAM Jones Distributors.
Okay.
Where are they located?
I believe this is a Houston, Houston company.
Done business with HCC before.
With all this tariff business and what's going on right now, prices are jumping around like a Easter bunny. Okay.
But if we don't need light bulbs, we won't get them. We'll only get what we need, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question. The last four were scored all zeros. Does that mean they were incomplete proposals on the composite scores?
For you're talking about just that last responsive. Okay. Some of these are deemed non-responsive, so they may respond to the solicitation, but either they don't certify.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready to vote. Item D. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item E, drug
moved.
testing and
Second.
medical examination services, project number RFPC 2522? I gotta do my duty. Is there a, did anybody? Good job.
Yeah, we motioned already.
Oh, I was too busy reading. Okay. Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is recommended to ask the board to consider authorizing the Chancellor to execute a contract with Texas WSSF Holdings, Incorporated DBA, workplace safety screenings to provide drug testing and medical examination services in support of continuing education, commercial transportation. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll ask Dr. Hahn and Dr. Bidenfeld to respond to any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
Not from me. I don't know what's
No
going to happen on
questions,
that
and
end.
let's go vote. Okay, item E, voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Hallelujah. Okay, here we go. Okay, is there a motion to approve item F, sole
So
source
moved.
contract award for biometric signature ID technology?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. As indicated, this item is recommended for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to negotiate and execute the contract sole source exemption agreement with biometric signature ID technology for an identity verification system, and that is approved in fiscal year 2025 budget. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Hahn and Dr. Bidenfeld to respond to all questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Shimon.
I just wanted to confirm that this is just intended for students and faculty to engage in educational activities, not anything financial or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
There's no other questions, then we're ready to vote on item F. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item G, personnel
moved.
agenda?
Second.
Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented for your approval of the personnel action items for full-time contracted faculty for April 2025. And with your approval, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Rodney Nathan to come to the podium to answer all questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ford Fisher. Trustees, for your consideration and approval are 5 individuals that we have for full-time faculty positions and contracts for them. 3 of the 5 are internal, and so 60% of what you see in front of you are already current employees, either moving from temporary, full-time, or part-time to full-time.
Trustees, any questions?
Mr. Nathan, good to see you.
Good to see you.
At the last exchange we had,
Yes.
I know we had some discussions about, and now I'm drawing a blank. One, pace of hiring, and you had some responses there. Then I had a question about our hybrid work policy. There was an answer that was proffered at the time that suggested that there had been an official rescission of that policy. Is that in fact the case?
That policy has been rescinded. It is actually no longer posted as a policy. So that's DJ2 is that particular policy.
When was it rescinded?
It was rescinded actually at our last Chancellor's Executive Council meeting. So earlier when you asked the question, the policy was still up, but it was not operational because it had already been communicated to all employees, faculty, and staff that we were back 100%. That was first communicated on September 1st of 2023. It was communicated again to staff on April 29th of 2024. It was communicated to managers and supervisors on May 1st of 2024, and then it was again communicated to all staff on January 7th of 2025.
Madam Chancellor would like to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Trustee. I would like to respond to that. In August of 2023, there was an executive order that was presented by Dr. Maldonado to the board regarding no more remote work. And there was a memo that was sent out to all of the staff pertaining thereto. Nonetheless, while that order was sent out, it was very clear, approved by all board members who were present at that time. That was the order that was stated, and that was the direction moving forward. As mentioned, Dr. Maldonado sent out a memo to the members of the team, and that was the order that everyone was to be following. Now, with respect to that being pulled from the website, that was not done. So we decided that given that that was what we were operating under, with all of the memos that have been sent out since that time, that everyone should understand that that policy that was to be approved by the Executive Council was null and void, because that's the group to which Dr. Maldonado had sent that communication to.
Thank you. I have a few more questions related to that, Madam Mr. Nathan. Are you aware if our peer competitors have gone to a policy where every single staffer is now showing up at work in person?
So what I am aware of is that San Jacinto College removed its remote work and have had folks coming back for some time, actually before we did. Lone Star also stopped using its remote work policy and has had folks come back. And as recently as a few months ago, the University of Houston actually now has everyone coming back.
So to put a finer point on my question, are you aware of any discretion or not being offered to senior managers where they can make case-by-case decisions about their personnel depending on the job functionality?
I am not aware of any at another institution. The exceptions that are here at Houston Community College have to do with someone having an approved ADA accommodation, and that accommodation may need to allow them to have a different type of work schedule location.
Well, I would submit that other institutions have some flexibility in their policy. And I think it is counterproductive for this institution to take such a hard line that we will have no hybrid work opportunities. I'm not trying to prescribe what the policy ought to be, but in the 21st century workforce environment, we have a bachelor's in AI. We're leading in all these spaces where we're producing future workers who are going to lead in key spaces of technology, healthcare, finance, legal, and most of those people go into environments where there is some accommodation besides ADA. And so I'm having a hard time reconciling how we're sitting here saying we're 21st century, we're leading edge, yet we adopt policies that are similarly retroactively bringing us back into the 20th century. How do I reconcile that? How do I justify that when speaking publicly about this policy?
Thank you. Madam
Mr. Trustee, I'd like to respond.
Sure.
When the governor sent out the order stating that all state employees must return to work full-time, all of the other institutions responded. Texas Southern University did. Many of the others. That is why we are third from the bottom in terms of the funding that we received, because most of the people who needed to be at the campus serving the needs of our residents were working remotely and not on campus. We are funded in part by the state. If there are employees who are not coming to work, then there could be potentially, I'm not sure, some penalty. But if that is the will, the wish, and the desire of the board, that we bring back to the board a policy for remote work, hybrid work, etc., we're certainly willing to do that. But with that request and with that demand, please keep in mind that we have a $465 million budget, and it will be more, that we will be expected to meet. Now, if that's the case, and we're working remotely, and if we cannot meet that budget, we would certainly ask for some leniency from the board to support the institution. We are fully committed to doing the work of this institution of serving our communities, but at the same time, we recognize that we move at the direction of the board. But we simply wanted to indicate where we are, what our position is, what was decided back in August of 2023, and how we have responded. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may?
Okay.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks ago, DPS compelled all of their staffers to come back. And you might have read about this. In Austin, they were parking in emergency parking lanes because DPS itself, that's at the heart of our government, at the seat of government, did not have the accommodations to accommodate everybody coming back. That's on one end. Two, this trustees advocacy is not about rescinding the policy or directing the administration on how to implement the policy. What I'm basically stating is I think it's best practice that the administration consider, that the Vice Chancellor of HR considers some policy that says on case-by-case basis, senior managers can have some discretion about some subset of staff that's not customer-facing, whose work is virtually online only. Some flexibility is all this trustee is asking for. It's not to ask for the board to set a policy that says people should be able to have a 980 flex schedule or anything like that. It's simply saying if the president of, I hate to call out Dr. Zach Hodges, Northwest College decides, hey, I've got someone whose special assignment only involves editing videos that we do for whatever. I don't need that person occupying space in this building because all of their work is done virtually online. So they come in 4 days a week and they have Fridays virtually. That's what I'm asking for. And I think it's important that the administration look at what those possibilities might be and perhaps come up with some suggestions.
I understand, I hear you, but I think that's something that we need to bring together and have another discussion on that.
Sure.
Because that's something that's very, very important. So, but I do have a question on since we're on personnel. Okay, then you have another list in the appendix on other personnel, and I just want to make sure that we recognize that we are adding more personnel.
So,
Right. I know we don't have to vote on them, but I just want to make sure for those that are coming to HCC to be part of our team, I want to say welcome to them. You're just as important. And to those 20 that have desired to move on to other places, we thank them for their service. So on that matter, I want to say let's vote on item G. Oh, Sean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The list of 20 at the end of the materials also caught my eye, and I wanted to take a moment of privilege to say a special word of thanks to Mr. Jacob Adkin. Jacob was incredibly gracious and patient with me as I came onto this board last January. Y'all know I ask a lot of questions, and Jacob was the brunt of many of them, but he walked me very patiently through everything I was asking, and then some, really helped me get up the learning curve. Just want to tell him I wish him the best in his new role at Lee College.
And Trustee Laredo, thank you for your comment about the appendix. With that, there was a question at a previous meeting about our vacancy percentage, and it has gone down since the last time I shared that percentage, and it's due to the hiring that's taking place. So
Thank you so much. Okay,
Trustee Cheever,
so
I'm sorry,
we're
the
ready to
appendix
vote.
that you guys are referencing, it's not on the.
I don't have it. It's not on the online. Not everybody gets a printed copy.
Okay.
If you look, it's item 14
Yeah.
on your Novus agenda that says appendix, no action required.
Oh.
So far to back, it's in a different file.
Got it, okay. Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there's some people on there that have given many, many years to HCC, and we want to just thank them. Let's vote on item G. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item H? Ratify approval of resolution in memoriam of Congressman Sylvester Turner.
Second.
And second, is there any discussion?
Can they make the appropriate corrections on the description under the attachments?
Yes. On the
They can fix
resolution?
that. No, on the item H page. Attachments, description, resolution dash.
Noted. I see.
Thank you.
I see, yes, of course. See that.
At this time, also, if there's any board member that wants to make a comment before we vote, this has been delivered. This was delivered to the funeral, and I know that personally, he was always worked with us closely at Houston Community College many years, and he gave me my title that till the very end, he always called me Madam Chair, even though there was others that came after me when I served previously, but he was always, that's how he addressed me, so. But he worked well with us, and we know that he's now working even harder in heaven, so we thank him. Okay, no one else? Okay, well, if we're ready to vote on this resolution, voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
We will now hear the presentation regarding item A. It's a presentation of community sentiment research. Are we going to do it here, or are we going to do it, is it close? I believe there's a script, there's a portion of it for open session and a portion for discussion. Okay. We're going to do the open session portion first, and then we'll go to closed session. I know it's been very long, y'all, so can we just take 1 minute, stand up, stretch? Because I know I need to stretch.
If I step up, I'm going to have to step out.
What are we doing?
Just taking 1 minute to stretch.
Oh, 1 minute for you?
One
Okay.
minute. But I also, while we're stretching, I want to say thank you to the welding department, HCC Southeast. Look at these beautiful flowers that they made, all the work that they did. So it was done by
Very
the
nice.
welding department. This is the ones that passed the test to go to SpaceX. Maybe we'll give them a flower to take up there, right?
Our
Trustee
welders can make roses and rocket ships, y'all. It's amazing.
All right, that's amazing.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we're ready. We're ready. Our minute's up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, trustees. Just a brief statement. When the subject of a possible name change was presented here last August, trustees directed us to
Hit your gavel.
determine the sentiment of the community.
Wait. We need to get everybody back here.
Okay.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just start again. When the subject of a name change was presented here last August, trustees directed us to determine the sentiment of the community about the college as well as its opinion about a name change. In the months since, we have taken a three-tier approach to gathering this information. Working with Outreach Strategists, our strategic partner, we conducted 5 focus groups in November and December. Then in January and February, we emailed a sentiment survey to more than 60,000 individuals. And at that same time, the Chancellor and her team hosted 10 community partnership meetings at campuses across the system. We listened, dialogued, and asked those participants to complete a survey too. Tonight, we are returning to give you a report of our findings and hear from you whether we are to proceed and bring you name options at a future meeting. It's an honor for me to bring forward Paul Rivera of Outreach Strategists, who will share the research results with you. Paul.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, trustees, thank you for your service to our community. I'd like to start by bringing you some good news. One of your roles as a trustee is typically you're getting people coming to you with an issue or a complaint or a problem. And the work that you do is usually to resolve that, working with the administration, directing solutions. And you may not always get the positive news from people about what they think about HCC, about the outcomes that you drive as a system. And as part of our research, we were asking people, yes, in part about a name change, but also what do you think about HCC? What do you think about its role in the community and how it serves the community? And we got back some very, very strong and positive interactions and results that we want to share with you tonight. This has been a process that we started last November at the direction of HCC's leadership, digging in and trying to understand what's the best way for us to listen to people instead of just moving forward with an idea. Ideas matter, but we have to make sure that there's buy-in from the community in a way that's going to help us move forward together. So yes, we started by listening. We started by convening focus groups, and then also then decided to field a sentiment survey to get a sense from everyday people and from stakeholders about whether or not HCC is going to take this opportunity of transformation and use that to leverage up or think about ways in which we can enhance our connections with the communities that we serve. So we've gone through a research phase and we've started exploring some naming options and other things, all of which is leading to this moment here where we're going to share with you and get your feedback about where we need to go forward. And a lot of this is driven by the change in mission that you have gone through as an institution, thinking about yourselves as a 4-year degree granting institution and thinking about how that connects to the long-term vision, your ambitions, and your commitment to students. And this is an opportunity, and again, it's a choice for all of you, but it's an opportunity to think about, can we reposition ourselves? Can we fashion a stronger identity as we move forward in this new world? And many other institutions have gone through this. There have been many community colleges that have moved to 4-year degrees, and some have changed their names even without that transformation. But it's in thinking about, as we change from one to the other, or as we think about the maturing relationship that you have with the community, what are the opportunities that are in front of us, and how do we want to think about it? So our approach, again, was 5 focus groups, where we start by thinking about prospective students. What are the people who are not currently here thinking about? And this is a mixture of high school students and returning adults. The parents of prospective students, because they decide in many ways the types of things that their children will consider when it comes to higher education. We have found in our research, both for HCC and for other institutions, that that teachers and counselors are key vectors for driving direction for students to consider, do I go to this school or that school? How do they perceive things? Employers, because at the end of the day, their opinion matters about whether or not they're going to hire your graduates, hire your students, your certificate holders, your credential gainers. Are they going to be able to see us in a way that's effective and that you've done a good job in preparing these students for the workforce? And then, yes, our current students and looking at our alumni, because they're stakeholders, they came here for a certain reason and a purpose, and it's important that there be a structure that they can align with. So as Mr. Lestaget said, we looked at more than 60,000 people that we reached out to. We got 1,800 responses, just around 1,500 complete responses. And here we looked at 6 different elements of research, really trying to understand questions of perception, familiarity with your mission, some issues around the current branding and whether or not you would consider name changes. Separate from the formal research process, there are also 4 task forces. There's an oversight task force, 6 internal stakeholders. There's a name exploration task force, kind of pulling in people from the community to have a conversation about if we were to consider something, what would that look like? And then if we move forward, a transition task force, and then a branding review, which again is pulling in a broad group of stakeholders. In parallel to this, the Chancellor convened at each of the campuses some community partnership meetings, which included hundreds of people from across the district who are giving feedback and sharing opinions about what direction we should take. Broadly, again, these groups that we dug into in terms of both survey and focus groups, really trying to understand and listen, right? It's not as simple as saying, hey, which do you like, Coke or Pepsi? It's more, are you even into the soda at this point? What are you thinking about? What do you see? What do you feel? And then making sure that we're not only learning about whether or not we should change a name, but are we meeting the mission and are we meeting the moment? So we drilled down a lot. Perceptions of higher education, perceptions of people's opportunities here in Houston. What are their reactions to a potential name change and reactions to brand awareness options? This is all in the context of our focus groups and our survey, right? Perceptions of community colleges in general, specific perceptions about HCC. And then again, our mission, our values, where are we going, and what can we be? In terms of our survey, we really strove to get as much representation across our different trustee districts as possible, pulling in people from all across to make sure, and again, this is by zip code because we can't be, if we want to do good research, we don't want to ask people to share their home address and specifically map them to a district, but we did track this by zip code. And we really worked about response bias in areas of low SES, if you will, socioeconomic status, where there's language challenges. Survey was fielded in both English and Spanish, really drove in to make sure that we are trying to get as many people as possible, both the opportunity to participate and to get as much reflective opinion as possible. Our demographics, we skew heavily female. That is the nature, not of our survey, but of our population, right? We understand that young women are more likely than young men to attend college in general, but we also really wanted to make sure that we were hearing from texture across age groups. So yes, there's very few young people. Yes, there are a lot of people who are 44 and older in this. That reflects the combination of workforce within our school, with our stakeholders in our system, but also our employer ecosystem to make sure that we are reaching those people. Their opinion matters because if they're not going to hire our students, then what's the point of us doing our work, right? We want to make sure that they have the opportunity to be heard as we think about this. And then in terms of ethnicity, this is a system that serves all of Houston. So we wanted to make sure that we would get as many people in our conversation as possible. Our city is more diverse than our system, and our system's diversity still needs to meet the demands of what Houston is and what it can be, right? This is not, to be clear, representative of our city. This is representative of our ecosystem. Because when we look at our focus groups, for example, and we look at the demographics of our students, 41% of our focus group participants are Hispanic, 39% of our students are Hispanic. African American, 26% and 26%. Our Asian population, 12 and 12. Our white, 13% versus 14%. This is, again, requires us to continue to do more work and more listening. And it's not just in our pure research, but also in our community engagement and our listening at the events that were held in campuses to make sure we get effective and relevant feedback. I want to pivot to a couple of the key findings if I can. First, in terms of people thinking about what's important, right? How important do you think higher education is? Nearly universal reaction that higher education is very important. And again, all of you are on this board because you agree with this sentiment, but this is something that most people understand, that having higher education is essential. And when we ask people, what factors do you consider most important when evaluating the quality of a college or a university, the first thing they say is programs, right? What you teach, what you offer is essential for people as they consider where to go. The second factor, which is not a shock to any of you, is affordability. And they're not saying that because they knew HCC was fielding the survey. That was not the case at all. They're saying that because they know about the stories they've been hearing about mountains of debt and the challenges that it creates for families, about the barriers to access that high cost of higher education create. So when we think about the programs and affordability, The next thing, which again is persistent across Houston, across a range of services, is accessibility and location. And that is in many ways one of the sort of secret sauce, if you will, of HCC, is your distribution across your footprint. The multiple campuses in many places that enable as many people as possible to find a program that fits their needs, fits their aspirations. And then reputation and ranking, student support services, job placement rates, and community involvement. Community involvement rates low because at the end of the day, these are consumers and customers to a degree. They really care first about themselves. But there are people who come to HCC seeking community. And there are people who come here seeking engagement with the broader community outside of your walls and outside of your campuses. But this was not a question specific to HCC. This was a question specific broadly, actually a broader question about when you are considering evaluating the quality of a college, what's important to you. So when we pivot to this question, how would you rate the overall quality of higher education institutions in Houston? Excellent and good, right? A combined 1,276 out of our roughly 1,500 respondents. I want to say this is sort of a personal thing. I have lived in the 4 largest cities in America, right? New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and here in Houston. Great cities have great schools, and people stay there. I have also lived for 13 years in upstate New York and Buffalo and Schenectady. People flee those places because they do not have opportunities that you have here. They go to the big cities, they go to the great universities to find opportunity. The great news in these survey responses is people believe they have those options here. And they're invested in this idea of we have it here, so let's stay. Now, there are people who see HCC in many different ways, and we've had many conversations with leadership about the people who come here as a student right out of high school. And maybe they don't know where they're going, but they're going to figure it out. We have the students who come here fully intending to transfer. They're going to do their 2 years and then go get their 4-year degree. We have the students who come back. We have the people who come for credentials or certificates. You do all of those things and you provide quality at a scale, and it's appreciated. So when we think about the roles of community colleges, we ask people, what are the things you think about when we say the word community college? And the first word that jumps out is affordable, right? And again, this is a macroeconomic thing. This is a pressure thing. And I don't want to show my age too much, but as somebody who went to a city college in New York City, I went for free, right? And again, it's a pretty good school. And I went from there to law school, and I've had a great life. And here I am now in Houston. Affordability is a driver. It's a major driver for decision making. So when we were doing focus groups and we were talking about the potential of a change, one of the big questions we got is, well, if you change your name, are you going to raise tuition? Right? Like, that's how sensitive people are to pricing. That's how important it is for them to understand that if you are going to change anything, are you going to move the cheese on us financially? Because then it's going to change whether or not we can come. Now, we reassured them that is not going to happen, right? But it is such a sensitive thing that it's important for us to understand how much people are going to feel that and how much we would have to do to explain to people what the impact will be. And then this question is so important for us because it connects back to that thing about, do people think that they can get something what they need in Houston, but also broadly about community colleges? How would you rate the overall quality of education provided by community colleges compared to universities? About the same, better, much better, right? Like, and then if you look at just the ratio, much better and better to worse or much worse, it's more than 2 to 1, right? People feel that they can get value. And again, with affordability being a major driver and then quality being a consideration, and the program offerings that you offer that are so broad that anyone can come here to find a direction to go somewhere in their life, this is a really good set of signals from people who they understand what the value could be. And then to what extent does the name of a college influence your perceptions of its graduates as potential employees? Strong influence, somewhat influences. 869 people are saying, yeah, it's an influence. It matters. The name matters. Now, this matters. Do you want me to?
Can I jump in really quick? I just wanted to make sure this data is the full survey population, right? This isn't any kind of a subset. This chart here.
This is a subset. The students were not asked these questions.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Yes, sir. Thank you for the clarification, the opportunity to clarify. Because again, this is really what's driving a lot of it. It's like brand matters across everything that we do. The type of car we drive, the neighborhood we choose to live in, the reputation, et cetera, the restaurants we go to, the apps we use, the trust that we would have in media or not, all of these things are affected by name. So again, it's not rocket science that we see these results, but it's important for us to understand that the name of a higher educational institution will always be a factor. So here's my favorite part of this, which really drives to how would you describe HCC's reputation in the community? Excellent or good versus below average or poor. And again, it's just literally the green versus it's sort of pink on this, but how these things balance out against each other. This is off the charts in terms of all the work that we've done all across this country. These numbers are amazing. How would you rate the impact of HCC on the local community? This, again, it's 1,100 people are saying it's positive versus 18 that are negative. 61-to-1 ratio, right, of positive to negative. I've been doing this for a very long time. I've never seen numbers like this. And I think that this is actually somewhat unique to the word Houston. I think this is like Houston, it's a joke, but Houston's not just a place, it's a state of mind, right? But understanding that people see HCC as having a meaningful impact. And it's not always a direct impact. A lot of people don't come here. You're very big, but there are a lot of people who don't come to HCC. But almost everyone knows somebody who has. And when we talk to the employers in our focus groups, they're all saying, yeah, I hired those people from HCC. They're great. Right? Like, there is a truth here, which is sometimes for public agencies and public institutions, it's the best kept secret, right? Because, again, as trustees, you're going to hear a lot of the complaints. You're here to provide oversight and direction, so you're going to dig into the weeds. But sometimes that signal gets lost, that there's a lot of goodwill in the community for the institution in terms of what it does and what it delivers. How well do you think HCC prepares students for success in the job market? If we combine the well, very well, and extremely well, it's 1,423 versus 89 people who said not well. That's a 16-to-1 ratio. Again, incredible. So in our qualitative and quantitative and balancing these things out, we see that people have a very positive reaction and a lot of warmth for the credential that the people are bringing to them as future employees. They see it that way, and it makes a difference. And I want to be clear. We were talking to people in healthcare and people who are running engineering firms, people in oil and gas, like people who reflected the industries that you serve, right? And they were saying, yeah, I want to hire them. Yeah, I have hired them. We have people who are employers who know your faculty, right? And they're like part of their social circles. And they say it's a great moment in one of the focus groups where a respondent said one of the big secrets is that the people who teach at HCC also teach at U of H or at San Jack or all these other schools. Like, you know, he's kind of playful. He's like, nobody pays professors enough. Like, I understand why they have multiple jobs. But it's this idea of like people understand the quality of instruction that they can get from your institution. So we asked people, what do you think is the biggest strength of HCC? So again, affordability jumps, accessibility jumps, the offerings jump. The three things that we said were the most important when we asked people the abstract question at the beginning, and then we come back to it relative to HCC, we see those are the things that people see and they appreciate about your institution. And then we see, what do you think is the biggest growth opportunity? It is our new programs. It is the bachelor's degrees. It is about understanding that there's something more that is coming. And that growth option and opportunity is the thing that we think is essential to leverage. Because we ask people, how important do you think it is for a college like HCC to be seen as more than a community college? Extremely important and very important versus not so important, not at all important. In our focus group conversations, and I mentioned this at the beginning, there are people who said the word community matters because that's what I'm looking for, or the word community matters because that's its mission, right? On the other hand, there were people, not us, we never prompted it, who said there's a stigma associated with the word community. It sometimes means less than. It sometimes means cheap. Now again, these are the extremes of these arguments, and you've all heard them as policymakers and as experts in higher ed. You know this. The choice here is, if we make the move, is it something that is going to connect to the opportunity that we're trying to fashion for our region? When, Dr. Ford Fisher mentioned speaking to the partnership yesterday, right? And the idea of like the partnership is the people who advocate the most for workforce, because all of these big companies, all these millionaires and billionaires, they want to have a highly educated and functional workforce. Who do they turn to for that? It's right here, right? So the idea is that as we're growing, is there an opportunity for us to level up our brand and our relationship with the communities that we serve? And if we do that, it's the kind of thing that doesn't necessarily increase enrollment per se, but it could improve their employment opportunities on the back end of getting their degree, their certificate, their credential, because it will mean something a little more if in fact we are seen as more than a community college. So I want to pause if I can here, and then we'll take the questions or not, if I did such a great job. We'll go from there.
I have one. Is there any data to prove that the changing of the names of the colleges that you mentioned, that it had a big impact on the rate of employment among their students?
It's right here, ma'am.
Okay, I missed it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So the answer on, no, what I'm saying is this is not the data.
Okay.
These are just a list. I'm going back for reference.
Yeah.
There is not data that speaks directly to employment. There is data that shows that they all grew in terms of enrollment, right? So it did impact enrollment. In terms of employment, it's kind of hard to measure, and I don't want to give you fuzzy data. Sorry, I'll come in a second.
So enrollment did increase?
Enrollment increased at these colleges. Enrollment increased after they changed their names. And again, in some cases by a few percentage points, in some cases they grew a lot. But it wasn't necessarily connected to the name change. It was about the fact that they were growing as an institution. They took an opportunity as part of that growth to reposition and change their name, and that's why, and connected to it, that's in part why they grew. So that's why I'm saying it's like there's data, but I don't want to give you fuzzy data, right?
Exactly.
They grew in terms of enrollment. There is not deterministic data that shows that their job prospects improved, because that's not necessarily measured by these systems accurately. And what I'm trying to do is that people always, let me take one step back. The growth in income and revenue is measured, but that's also ecological, right? That's connected to the economy overall. So while it's there, I don't want it to be like, well, if you change the name, everybody's going to make more money. Like,
oh, no.
Everybody will make more money over time because everybody makes more money over time. So.
And that was my concern. There's no way you can attribute that growth to a change in name.
Correct.
We don't know what's happening to growth in general in the state. You don't know what's happening, all those economic factors.
Yes. So the thing that we'd like you, that's 100% correct, Trustee. Thank you, ma'am. The thing we'd like you to think about is, does our improved relationship or improved brand make it more likely that one of our students gets hired in a competitive environment? If our students are competing with, and again, let's assume it's a 4-year degree from NAI, right, which is what you're currently offering, and it's from HCC versus school X, does the name make a difference? Right? And that's, again, we can't answer that right now, but what employers are telling us, and the things that we know about HCC, yes. Right? We are happy to hire an HCC person because we know they can do the work. And that's really what, as somebody who is looking to, again, we talk to HR professionals and CEOs as part of this work, and they're saying it's like, all of us would love to hire the A&M engineer, all of us would like to hire the UT lawyer, all of us want to have the people with the best schools and the best credentials. The truth is that a lot of those people aren't always in the marketplace, right? They're not. So what we look for is, do you have the core skills? When you come in and interview, can you actually take the performance exercise and show us that you can do the work? And what they saw was that with HCC, they can trust that credential because they know that those people can do the work, both because they meet the performance exercise in the interview and because they have experience having hired HCC people before. So the opportunity now for you is to think about if you were to change a name, and what would it be? Does it fit within your overall brand? Does it fit within your mission? Does it fit in a way that provides location and recency and relevance because it's Houston and that word has power? Like, what does it do for us to position ourselves and differentiate ourselves relative to the marketplace? That's it.
Madam Chair, we only had responses from 86 employers, according to the survey. Is that right? I think that was the first slide.
I think that's the following. Hold on.
Oh, is it 61? Wow. Okay, 65 employers.
65, yeah.
What can we glean from them specifically? So, you said something like they all want the A&M the A&M engineer. Is there any evidence that they view the HCC engineer as less than the A&M engineer?
We didn't ask them about industry specifically. The anecdote I shared with you was from our focus groups, which was a smaller group of 8. And there was an HR professional in that group who specifically stated, and again, he said it as a mocking point to a degree. We all want the A&M engineer. The truth is, when we hired other people, they can do the work. Right?
But there was only one industry professional in that focus group of
No,
the 65?
No, there were 8.
Oh, there were 8 industry professionals in that focus group.
Yes.
Do we have any data specific to what these 8 people said about, I know it's such a tiny fraction, disaggregated that data?
Which answer?
The main argument is for the name changes, employers are going to see us better. Well, I want to know what our employers think, right? And we know they think great of us. So is there any of this data that you've presented that is specifically disaggregated to be specifically about those 8 or the 65 employers?
So not tonight, but we will pull that and get that to you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't ask this when it was presented
No, it's
earlier, but I should have.
No, this is the opportunity. We're happy to take care of that.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Paul.
Trustee Patterson has a quick comment, and then I'll piggyback on that.
So I first want to say thank you so much for this data. I had an opportunity to review it, and I live by the motto that in order to grow, you have to be open to change. And sometimes growth is uncomfortable, but growth is also necessary. And so for me and my district, as well as the other trustees in their district, I personally feel that it makes our students more marketable when they are applying for jobs. I think that it places them in a position to be a little bit more competitive with those that have attended 4-year institutions. And so I just want to say thank you. It's extensive research, but it's great information for us to review.
Thank you,
ma'am. Want to go back to a word that you used a couple of times, which is mission. My view, y'all know I'm very excited about our baccalaureate degrees and the prospect of adding a couple of more in the future. But to me, those baccalaureate degrees don't constitute a change in mission. We are just getting new and exciting tools to deliver on our core mission that has really remained unchanged for a very long time. You mentioned that when the prospect of the word community dropping out of the name was brought up, the first question was, are you going to change the price? And I'm curious, when the concept of baccalaureate degrees was brought up, did that constitute in the minds of either the survey takers or the focus group members that we were changing our mission as an institution, or were folks confident that our mission would persist either way?
People are confident that the mission will stay the same, but I do think, Trustee, that's a great lesson for the broader team, for the leadership at the college level and across the institution. We're going to have to share that story because it will create, any change creates confusion. Whether it's changing the name from, it's a bad example, but from Kentucky Fried Chicken to KFC, and then there was this little old conspiracy theory they're not actually serving chicken anymore, it's something else, right? We have to think about, as we change, if you all decide to change the name, then how are we going to socialize that? How are we going to explain it? What kind of levels of engagement and education we will do? It should also be seen as an opportunity to actually expand your footprint, right? And I think it's our economy is shifting, and I don't want to play economist up here, but we all know that there's going to be disruptions to the workforce. They're already happening. There's a bunch of things in our world that are changing. AI is going to disrupt a lot of professional services. When robotics comes behind that, it's going to take out a lot of our labor sector. So how are we positioning collectively as a community when we think about Houston writ large, and then we think about how HCC fits into that leadership model? It's an opportunity to say broadly to the community, we're here to continue our mission of, and then help them understand it with no impact on tuition, with no impact on our footprint, like our accessibility footprint, in terms of the number of schools and where we are. We're growing, and we want to grow with you. This is not going to be a change from Minute Maid to the air conditioning company. It's not that kind of thing, right? This is very different because it's got to last. If you're going to make this change, it's something that's going to impact the institution for decades. So thinking about it that way, and then thinking about how you can build better connections to the communities, plural, that you serve, and that we deliver that message the right way in the communities and through the right languages will be really important.
So follow up, and I'm glad you used the word that tees up my next question, which is workforce. And I don't think we've gotten to it in this deck, but I'll jump ahead. I was very surprised by how not fluent or not familiar the survey and the focus group populations were with the fact that we offered a wide range of workforce credentials, orders of magnitude more than baccalaureate degrees that we plan to award over the next couple of years. So just wanted to get your perspective. Were there any insights gleaned or feedback given about why the community is not as familiar with our, because it's been a big part of what we do for a very long time. And it makes me pause about our ability to get the message out to the community that you just highlighted being so important if we were to change our name. So curious.
Yeah. This is going to be less from the survey and more from the focus groups. And I think it is in part because it's connected a little bit to what I said before about best kept secrets. You need to market your credentialing efforts more. People don't know that as much. So when people see the words community college, in most other cities outside of here, there isn't as much focus on workforce. It is on the associates that you then take to transfer to get a 4-year, or it is on a specific professional credential in a very specific industry. So there are some cities with the community colleges that have nursing programs or have hospitality programs, and they are very, and again, they're not, and I'm talking about the 4 big cities here. I'm not talking about the smaller cities that don't relate to what Houston's experience is. So I think that here, HCC's connection to oil and gas and connection to the Texas Medical Center and like those opportunities, right, are very unique, but they're not promoted enough. And I think that our reactions from the focus groups, and I think that first question on the survey was more about people understanding associate's degree than credentialing. And I just think I think that's a messaging opportunity to better help people understand the certificates and the credentials processes and opportunities that are available through the system.
No, thank you for that response. I'm going to make one comment and I'll close with a final question. I appreciate your focus on the need for improved and additional marketing. That sounds really expensive, especially in a media market as large as Houston's. I am very hesitant for us to proceed beyond this initial discussion phase without us having seen the dollars and cents associated with not only the physical effort to change the name, but the broader marketing and support strategy, which will be extensive to make sure that we have the penetration that we intend. We've had a lot of discussion over the last couple of meetings about the uncertain financial situation that we find ourselves in as a community and as a nation, and I think we just need to understand the financial implications of this before we carry on the discussion much further. Last actual question. One of the benefits of going to the community is not only do they give you feedback on the thing that you're explicitly asking them about, but they also share all of their other thoughts with you as well. I saw a few as I was reading through the materials, but I just wanted to ask you and then also ask the administration for a condensed summary of this for the board to consume later. Are there like top 2 or 3 non-name change related bits of feedback that you think the board should be aware of so that we can be noodling on that, especially as Trustee Wilson mentioned, we're in the heart of budget season and some of these we may want to jump on before we approve that final budget.
Okay. If I may, I want to go back to your comment because it relates, I think, to budget too. In marketing, one of the things that we urge clients to consider is the combination of paid, owned, and earned approaches to getting your message out. Paid would be, hey, let's go do some advertising beyond our billboards to introduce our name. Owned is we use our social media channels, our direct email communications with people who are in our ecosystem, our employees, our alumni, our staff, our partners. And then earned is as you go out into the community and you get news coverage, as you build partnerships with employers, institutions within the ecosystem. The point I would make about the credentials and certificate opportunities within HCC, you should move more on the earned and owned, regardless of a name change. Like I think that the paid, you don't necessarily need to change your budget or grow your marketing budget to do it. It's just a question of emphasis of the content within that ecosystem. So I think that you have opportunities regardless to think about how do we make sure more people are aware of what we do? Because awareness drives interest and interest drives enrollment and then enrollment drives revenue, right? So all of those choices that are in front of you. I think that a couple of key things coming out of this is the accessibility component is so important to Houston because public transportation is this city's frankly substandard, right? It doesn't necessarily exist at all. But the ability for people to get to campus and be able to get their education, either in person or virtually, is really important. I think the second thing is, as we learned in the focus group, this concern about cost and affordability generally is a major driver, and making sure people really understand that anything we do is really designed around making sure that opportunity exists regardless of somebody's economic status, and that you are not going to do anything to change it. And then I think the third is the idea of program is, again, to your point, and as we were just discussing, fewer people than we would like are fully aware of the opportunities that are available from a programmatic perspective. We've got to make sure people know the depth and breadth and the quality of your programs. I think that the idea of the faculty being world-class and being able to teach at places like Rice and UAH while they're also here, like, we have to let people know that story, because that will help families make decisions about, am I sending my kid here or not, or am I going or not? Because I could have somebody who really understands what I'm trying to learn and do that knowledge transfer and upskill me in a way that gets me where I want to go.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up to a couple of things you just said. You mentioned people just not being aware of our credentials of value. How do you feel our current marketing firm is performing in that role of spreading the HCC message?
I think it's a set of choices around how you want to change the amplitude of the different program offerings. So if there's a choice to be made around the content, then we should do that. This is what the measurement allows us to do, right? Measuring it now, really for the first time, and seeing that there are gaps in awareness about the programs that are offered now is a direction that the administration and the system can take to improve marketing and to make it more relevant to the people that we're trying to reach.
Okay, and then you talked about owned media. This question is for Mr. Lestajet, if you would. So in the current, and I'm going to follow up on what he just said. He talked about choices in administration. As far as our marketing mix is concerned, do the consultants drive what information we're sharing, or does the administration drive what is marketed, or what the context of the marketing is?
I think it's a good conversation that we have with one another. We provide much data to our agencies, and then we have conversations about how we apply this data to reach our target audiences, and then they bring us plans to help us decide which formats, which platforms, and which frequencies we use to reach those target audiences.
How much do they help in advising what the message is? Or you're saying we generate that?
We provide a lot of data for them through our research department, and they have access to our dashboard so they can see movements in our demographics and so forth. And then they provide us feedback from our social media platforms and our digital assets to see what's tracking and what's not, how we're reaching those audiences to the most effective way that we possibly can.
So in our engagement with our consultants, it has never come up, the fact that we're missing the mark in terms of marketing our credentials of value and making that a central part of the messaging.
I think we are learning as we go with this agency.
That's not my question.
Well, but
had it come up before? Was this the first time this has come up?
No.
It has not come up before?
No, to my knowledge. But I will say that we are shifting the way we advertise to focus more on program advertising, program marketing, rather than a generic message, so that we can reach these interest groups and these students that have particular bents or desires to reach one program or another. In other words, we want to promote healthcare all across the region. We want to promote online programs all across our region. We want to promote solar technology all across the region. We've got flagship programs that we want to promote all across our region. And so we're shifting with this next campaign, which I'll bring to you in early May, to show you the new direction that our ads are taking. So I think we're being as responsive as we can.
The reason I'm asking for my line of questioning is because different trustees have made comments about some of these billboards that we would see. I know we've made some changes, but it really conveyed nothing. There were these generic messages, and there was pushback last year about, hey, what are we really doing? What's driving the messaging? Because now the public survey is demonstrating what some of us have intuited along the way, that these messages just are not resonant with who we need to be getting messages to. I remember, Chancellor, I called you during the Thanksgiving season. I said, Chancellor, I just heard an ad on the radio. It was incredible. It talked about the program. It hit everything and it told them where to go and get registered. And I always thought that was a more effective way of conveying the message about what our offerings were versus these random, I can't even remember the, come to HCC and, be all that you can be or something. Right? So, I mean, it's shocking to me that it's sort of news to the experts when some of us have expressed that, hey, this seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. We've talked about the billboards, and that's one of the reasons why the focus is on programmatic marketing. And for the most part, a lot of the colleges are doing that as well via the social media campaigns, the ads that they have, et cetera. But it is really clear that programmatic marketing is absolutely essential to our growth. So there is no disagreement there at all.
My next question about the owned media. So, Ms. Lessajet, you offered earlier that, to, I think, surprise of a number of us, that we now have a year to look forward to before we can actually have a website that's live. When did we start the website redesign process?
I believe it was in October of last year. I believe it was October.
Because I know that.
But we did report that it would be about a 14-month period. We reported that out.
Yeah.
Big institution, a lot of people to engage, and it takes time for each stage to be fully vetted, get all the input that we need to make wise decisions. So it does take time.
And thank you for reminding us of the timeline. 14 months from October 2024 would be December of 2025. But earlier we were told a date of April, May 2026.
Spring of this coming year, yeah.
So,
I don't know.
So that sounds like 14 is going to 18 months.
Maybe 16. Maybe 16.
Okay. Can we hold you to 16 months?
Yes, sir. You can. I'll do my very dead level best to produce it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We're moving forward. But again,
by my count, 16 months is February 2026. I want us to be precise here because this matters. Trustee Cheban expressed earlier, when you have a website, you need some beta testing. You've got to source all of that. And when we start marketing for the fall semester, that starts in earnest April, May. Like this is when we're starting to work on enrollment. So I think we would be derelict to just leave this to this open-ended, if we get it by February, March, April, maybe, possibly. What if we have issues that will arise inevitably when you launch a new site with a whole new redevelopment? So I think if Ms. Hall wants to speak more to that.
Can we just get a timeline, Chancellor? I think that would be helpful and answer a lot of these
Certainly,
questions.
and I think what we will do is expedite this process as quickly as we possibly can to make this happen. One of the things that I must say is that I, too, have heard comments from the community about the difficulty associated with using our website and registering. And one of the things that we did back last year was to make sure that we could then, with the website that we currently have, to get with the PR communications and marketing team in order to make adjustments. The team was able to come back. They were able to modify it, which simplified it somewhat, but it's still very difficult. It's very, very obsolete, and it's difficult still. And so what we will do is definitely put this on the fast track so that we can get this done by the early spring of 26. It's critically important. And if we can get it done sooner, we want to do that. Because certainly the future of our students, our service to the communities, and our programs are absolutely dependent upon what we do at this moment. So we will get with the vendors. We will make sure that this is something that is top priority.
And also, we have registration going on for the for summer and fall. And if it's not working, that's going to affect our enrollment. So that's been my concern, is that, this is great information. Y'all have gone over and beyond reaching out to the people, but we haven't been taking care of the things that they've asked us to, and that's our website. We have board members here that have pleaded and said it's so difficult. It's so difficult to get in there and just to register for a class. And so, and yes, we heard it today as well. So, I mean, this is great information, but we have some other issues that are pending that we really need to work on. But I thank you. I thank you for all your presentation.
She was going to offer some responses.
Just a couple of final comments, just in full transparency as a professional in project management. The 14-month timeline that was shared was a timeline that we heard from the vendors before we started the work, which did not take into consideration the winter break and some of our other holidays. And so the additional 2 months came into play once we meshed it against our holidays and other availability of resources. I also want to just quickly mention, and we will be on the fast track, that is certainly acknowledged. However, I'd like to mention that when we're getting into this next phase, there are 4 phases to this work. The next phase is around the design. And the design is heavily dependent on the decision that will be made around the name change. It will take more time to design against the current name change and then have to update that again if the name does change. So the decision around the name change is going to be critically important, and the timing around that will be important to ensure that we can get it delivered without a lot of additional rework and additional cost.
Madam Chair, can I just really quickly piggyback, as Mr. Rivera, as Sean was beginning to ask his question, his final question was the question that I had all along, which was that I don't want to lose the goodwill that we have built, that we have shown is incredible, that has been built at HCC for decades. And I think what you're saying is that this is going to require a significant marketing campaign in order to have people not only associate the name being the same community-based organization that they have grown to love, and historically, you mentioned the 3 types of media. Historically, we have not been good about getting earned media here. Dr. Hodges is great because I'm constantly seeing little tidbits in the KD News about what's going on at HCC, but generally the news coming from the institution is investigations and bad. So we're not great about leveraging those, whatever media to actually get good earned media, which is a significant outlay of capital, which is my concern, of money, in order to preserve the goodwill that we have created and that is shown in this survey. Because it's not just changing names, changing letterhead, changing all that. It's the actual conveying that to the community in a way that's effective and efficient. So, and it's more of a comment. You're welcome to reply, but that is my major concern.
Trustee, you're 100% right. And I think, again, a lot of this, when we think about marketing, is sort of like awareness creates the opportunity for a connection. And what we are learning is that there are fewer people who are aware of all of your offerings, right? And the things that they are more aware of is the associate, and then it kind of waterfalls down from that. Now, the greater awareness of the credential and certificate programs doesn't necessarily mean it will impact the enrollment in those programs. In part, people come looking for something specific, and when they find it, they do it. So there's a broad set of things to share about the successes of the colleges and your system. And that, I think, is something that everybody has to continue to work on. I do believe that when we think about the old way of sales, right, they used to say the first rule is get your foot in the door, because people were selling things door to door. Now we all sell them on our phone, right? But you would get your foot in the door and you would stop them from closing in your face, so at least you could make your pitch. The question is when people are looking for opportunity, whether there's somebody who's an adult learner, or they tried college, it didn't work, now they're coming back, or they started and life happened, or they're right out of high school, no matter where they're coming, And no matter where they're going, are they thinking about us? That's it. That's really just the first thing that we have to do. And if they do, great. When an employer is looking through that stack of resumes, are they going like this, or are they putting it in the trash? Right? And it's just, we want them to be thinking about our institution in a way that's like, yeah, I can hire that kid or that adult, depending on where they are in their life, because they have the credential I trust. So there's still more to do. There's always more to do. And again, I think that the floor that you have established does not need to be your ceiling, right? Like, there's so much more to do, whether or not there's a name change, to improve the perceptions among very discrete but very important groups of people. And I think that we can certainly use this data as the foundation for understanding how to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riva.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Drain, do we offer a course in Excel basics? I don't know, does that come through online college?
We most certainly do have that course online as well as face-to-face.
How long would it take for me to register if I had to register for that course?
For that single course?
Yes.
How long would it take?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how long it would take.
Okay. Might you just investigate that and give us feedback?
Absolutely.
When you can? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Not for the trustees, sorry, if I'm just a member of the general public. I just want to make sure I clarify that. Okay.
Are you saying you don't know Excel, sir?
Thank you for the presentation. At this time, we will adjourn to a closed session discussion, and then we decide if we go through with the vote or not at the end of the closed session. So the board will now adjourn to a closed executive session under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of the meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. This meeting hereby adjourned to executive session is executive closed session.
7:24 p.m.
Okay, and before we go, I just want to say The open portion of this meeting of the Board of Trustees of Houston Community College System is now reconvened at
8:54 PM.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move that we postpone consideration of item I until the June regular meeting.
Second.
Thank you. With no further business coming before the board, this meeting. Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me 1 second, let me put the motion in.
Moving that we postpone consideration of item I until the June regular meeting.
Okay. Motion to postpone consideration of item I until the June regular meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second was by Trustee Davies. And we're ready for the vote.
Vote.
That's a yes for me.
Okay,
It
thank you.
didn't
I'm
pop
sorry.
up.
I had to mark absent. I apologize. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. With no further business coming before the board, this meeting of the HCC Board of Trustees is hereby adjourned at
8:56 PM.
Have a good evening and a good holiday, and safe travels wherever you go. Thank you.
Yes.